Where might we find Salamet's grimoire?
We are a vagabond people, born in a drifting world. We come from the Rift.
Let's do this. All right, here we go. Welcome back to Dragon's Dogma. And we're going to get into this in just a second. I just need to make sure that the microphone is working properly. All right, seems like it is. So, welcome back to Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma. I love this game so much. The controls, though, I'm going to have to get used to again, because between playing this and Elden Ring, the controls are a bit different. So, yeah. The first thing I'm going to do... so I can't remember what quest we're on. We're going to find that out in a second. The first thing I want to do is, I think I want to replace probably Layla here. As much as I like Layla, I think I want to replace her with my main character's pawn. And the reason I want to do that is so that I can earn some more Rift Crystals, but also I changed my main character's pawn to a mage, to a healer. So she's not going to be really overpowered or anything. She does still have pretty decent attack power. She does, you know, she is still going to do some damage, but she's not going to be overpowered. Not too much, anyway. So I think we're going to get that swapped around. McKinnister, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Good to see you. So that's the first thing I want to do. The second thing, or the other thing I want to do, not necessarily in any order, but I want to check this guy out.
If you would trade
So Jonathan here has some stuff for sale for Rift Crystals. And what do you have? You have some new stuff. Some pigments. So the pigments change your character's look, alters your skin color, hair color, color of your eyes, and facial decorations. So that's cool. Art of Metamorphosis is... it allows you to edit both the Arisen and main pawn at a single time. That's cool. I like that. Corzard, how you doing? Hope you're having a great day. McKinnister, you started Dragon Dogma yesterday? That's awesome. That is fantastic. I hope you're having fun with it. It's... I love this game. It is so amazing. I can't believe it's not more well-known or more popular than it is. I don't know. It almost seems like... It almost feels like a cult classic kind of thing right now. But, yeah, I don't know if it... I don't know if it was really ever super popular. But it should be. It's pretty fantastic. So the glasses. So the glasses don't really do much. I don't think their stats are very good. Yeah, but they look interesting. Just curious what else this guy has. These rings, I don't think do anything. Other than one defense. I don't think they actually have much of an effect. Can't see those on your character, can you? No, that's okay. Yeah, these really don't, as far as I know, these have no actual effects. They're just meant to be almost like a status symbol kind of thing. Like, you know, you purchase it and throw it on your pawn or something, and anybody that hires your pawn can see that you had 150,000 Rift Crystals to buy the premium ring. Which, right now, 150,000 Rift Crystals isn't that much. The game's been out way too long for that to really matter, but maybe when it first came out it was a thing. Grievous Black. Grievous Black is an interesting staff. We could use it. I think I have one. Pretty sure I have one. It puts oil on your enemy, on your opponent, so that any fire spell or fire ability or something will do extra damage.
Choose as you will, sir.
Any tip not to not screw it in the game will be really appreciated. Fair enough. Any tips that I can give, I will. I'm certainly not an expert, but I'm pretty much not an expert at just about any game. But I'll share whatever I can. Certainly. Okay, so Layla. What was Layla? Were you a mage?
Is everything in order,
I forget.
Master?
Yes, Layla was our mage. So Layla was our healer.
Is everything in order, Master?
And you don't necessarily need a healer in this game. You could do it with all 3 damage classes. You could do it with a tank and, you know, a few damage classes. It all depends on how you want to play and what class you want your character to be and your pawn. What I would say is, for your pawn, try to make your pawn as useful as possible so that other people will hire it. But with that being said, I think we're going to get rid of Layla. So healers are useful, and they're especially useful in the early game. They're useful in the mid game, not as useful at the end game, but they can be. It just depends on how your party is set up.
Is everything in order, Master?
I think we're going to release Layla. Let's not give her anything, because I really don't have much useful to give. I liked her appearance, battle rating, helpfulness. She's good. So we'll rate her 5 stars. And, yeah. Let's give her some praise. It has been a pleasure. There you go. Why not? So now, her pawn's creator will get my message, and we'll get some rift crystals because we've been running around with Layla for a bit. So Layla's got some quest experience, some experience in various different areas in the game. Let's hire my main character's pawn.
I am honored to travel with you.
All right. Let's get out of here. So yeah, Corzard's actually got a really good point there. Use your pawns to cover your weakness. So you want to hire pawns and create your pawn to cover pretty much anything that you lack. So if all you're doing is magic damage, you're going to have some trouble with certain enemies. If all you're doing is physical damage, you're going to have certain trouble with certain other enemies. If you don't have a tank, that can cause problems, but you can still make it work. The point of this game is there's so much you can do. You can play any way you want, right? And if you don't want to cover your weaknesses, if you want to focus on one particular area and just build up like a certain strength, like maximize one specific part of the game, you can do that. You could have all your characters in your entire party be sorcerers, for example. It will work. This game is not overly punishing when it comes to that kind of thing, but there are certain things that will make, there's certain spots in the game that will be far more difficult if you do that kind of thing. You can still do it, but it's not ideal. I kind of lean more towards what Corzard said. Cover your weaknesses, round out your party a bit. It doesn't have to be perfectly rounded out. You don't have to have, you know, a tank, a healer, and 2 DPS. You don't have to do that way, but you can play that way. That's actually the way I have it set up right now. 2 DPS. We are the DPS. We're both sorcerers. There is one thing, though, that I don't have covered right now. I don't have physical damage, other than the tank. Like, I don't really have any physical damage dealers. And it'll work. Let me check quests real quick. Do we have anything for this guy? I mean, he's here. 10 hobgoblins, 20 boars, the Badge of Vows, the Cipher. Okay, I think I know where this is. Trail of Corruption, Tribute Ledger. Then we have the Bitter Black Isle quest, which we're not doing right now. Fully upgrade further upgrade, not fully, but further upgrade a weapon that has been strengthened with Wormfire. Did I get a Dragon Forged weapon? I don't remember. I don't know if we have a Dragon Forged weapon, but if we do, this is an option. Phantoms, undead, skeletons, rabbits. 36 rabbits. Need 45, so we're not too far off of that one. Explore the Thieves Den. So this we can do now that I've remembered and found the dress, the outfit that males can wear to appear female, and then you can go into this bandit's hideout because it's run by all women. And they don't particularly like men intruding on their territory, so so you have to, any male characters that you have in your party have to be dressed as women in order to do this. And I don't know if you can change the, now that I think about it, I don't know if you can change the outfit of a hired pawn. So if you have any male hired pawns, you might be able to. I honestly don't know. I've never tried. I would just hire female pawns. But that's how we're going to get that troublesome tome. The Salamet's Grimoire. And that's it. Okay. Yeah, I agree with Corzard too. Really, just your first playthrough, have fun. Just have fun. Do whatever suits you. Do whatever you know, experiment. Don't be afraid to experiment with all kinds of different stuff. All kinds of different classes for you, for your pawn, and hire a whole bunch of different pawns. Just see what works for you. What you like most. How is Elden Ring going? So McKinnister, Elden Ring is actually going really well. I love the game. I'm not disappointed with Elden Ring at all, really. The only thing that bothers me about Elden Ring at all right now is, is the fact that every once in a while the dodge button or the parry won't work as expected. So I don't know if the timing, it's something to do with the way the timing is set up. I'm gonna check with this guy, see if there's anything else we can do in here.
Seems your
I can't remember.
has come to.
No. Okay. So yeah, timing is off in Elden Ring somehow. There's something about it that doesn't sit right with me. Parries are one thing, dodge is another. It may be the same problem, it may be two separate problems. I don't know. But every once in a while I'll hit the dodge button and it won't dodge. I'll get hit. Or it'll seem like I get hit through what I would think would be iframes, invincibility frames. So I don't know what the problem is there. I don't think it's I know it's not my controller. Because my controller works just fine in anything else. And so it's not that. It may be simply that the timings are different than any of the other Soulsborne games. But I haven't really played too much of 3, so I can't say if it's similar to 3. I don't know. I haven't played a whole lot of it. But it's definitely different than 1. It's definitely different than 2. And it's different from Bloodborne. I find Bloodborne to be probably the most responsive when it comes to that. When it comes to parries and dodges, I find that Bloodborne seems to be the most, for me, the most intuitive, the most responsive to the controller. And I don't know why they just didn't use that kind of timing in Elden Ring. But, So that's my main problem with Elden Ring. Other than that, it's fantastic. I love it. I love exploring the game. I think I'm not too far into it. So I can't really speak about the rest of the game, the whole game. But at least the beginning is fantastic. Josh, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you, Josh. So, what quest do we want to do? Well, I think I want to go up to the bandit fort. Let's go to the bandit fort and let's grab that grimoire, the Salamet's Grimoire. This one. So we'll do that, and we'll probably get some enemies killed along the way. We can also, I want to check out some of these Badge of Vows, so we'll probably do a whole bunch of Badge of Vows today as well, just to get them out of the quest log, because part of it is, eventually you'll get to a Badge of Vows that is in the middle of a quest. Like, you have to get it during a quest, and I think what happened with my main character was that as I was doing these, I ended up doing one of the quests before getting the Badge of Vows quest for that area. And there are a couple of them that if you don't do it during the quest, you might be able to, you might lose the ability to pick it up until New Game Plus. Until you finish the game and then go back, and start again. So, I want to say number 80 is the last one the one that I screwed up on my main pawn. I think number 80 I can't get until I go through New Game Plus, but don't quote me on that one. Good to see you too, thank you. Struggling, but for the first time in a while, I think everything will be okay. That's awesome. It sucks that you're struggling. Trust me, I get it. I've been struggling for a bit. Actually, it's one of the reasons why I wasn't on yesterday. I was just struggling way too much. I was just having a really, really bad day. Let's port to Grand Soren and just go from there. And we'll go up that way. We'll just follow the road. But yeah, I get you. Let go of a toxic friend and dropping out of school, but doing a programming boot camp instead? Well, good luck with that. It may sound bad to say you're dropping out of school, and I would probably put it differently because that does have a negative connotation to it, but at the same time, this day and age, school is,
Let's be doubly sure of which will see us
in my
to our
opinion,
destination.
college is great for certain things. If you know what you want to do and it requires a college degree, go for it. But not everything productive, not everything
So this is the pawn guild.
fantastic, not everything worth doing requires a college degree. So for those people, no reason to go to college. Unless you want the experience. Unless you want, some of the education. Like, I love college. I love school. And I would probably go... Oh, we should go out the back door. Not the front door. I would probably go regardless. Just because I love learning. And even if I was just doing it, like, not for a job, I would probably still want to go. But it's expensive. Freaking expensive as hell. So, obviously, only if I had the money. Which I don't. I'd be going to college right now. I'd still be going to school right now if I could. Just don't have the money. But yeah, for some people, it's really just a waste of money.
Grand Soren,
Don't bother.
beating heart of all Grand Soren.
Programming boot camp sounds really cool, though. I know those can be really expensive, so hopefully you found one that's not too bad. But, yeah, that sounds really cool. Sounds fun. And I hope you enjoy it.
Stray from the roads and we'll soon find
I love that
monsters arisen.
deep red hair. That always grabs my attention. But I've always had a thing for red hair.
The roads are safer than the brush. But
Don't ask me
still,
why.
we must stay wary.
So for the most part, we're just going to follow the road. And, ooh, let me make sure I have that before we get too much farther. I do. Okay, it's got the set of ladies' garb on me. So when we get close to the fort, the bandit fort, I'll change into that. And then we'll have a group of all ladies. We can get into the fort. We can talk to the bandit leader.
Hope it still holds.
And
Will
finish
serve
that
as a
quest.
fine landmark.
Hand
Hopefully.
over anything of worth you've got.
Nope. Bandits. Hopefully they're not still mad at me, because I went there early. See if we can get a bolide off here. Don't attack me, jerk. Yep, they did. Figured. PETA got a bolide off. There we go.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Are you all right, Master?
Used all my stamina to do it, but I think we got all the bandits. I think.
Bandits
Oh.
aren't fond of intruders. If they see us, they
Here's where they died. Grab some coin. There are a couple of farming spots that
Ranged attacks are rare in wide open spaces.
I'm not sure if I'm going to exploit a bit, but I might show off. There's a whoops. I didn't mean to pick up PETA. This is the problem. I have to get used to the controls again. There are a couple of things that you can do. A couple of farming tricks for gold and for rift crystals and like experience and all of this stuff, right? I might show off one of them now. Not now, but soon. And if you know where that reference is from, I love you. Just kill a few rabbits while we're here. Come on. There we go. Get a few more rabbits killed while we're here. Might as well, right? Yeah, the boot camp, they're more hands-on, which is better for me because I really think I'm on the spectrum. Fair enough. Fair enough. I do like a smaller class size, that's for sure. I do like that kind of one-on-one learning, or, you know, as much as possible, obviously. Just with school, it was like, read, but it was hard to retain the information and focus, but I can always go back. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. More bandits. Where am I on the map? Okay, I'm facing the wrong way anyway. Let's just get out of here. These bandits aren't really even worth it. I mean, they're experience, they're, you know, a little bit of gold, maybe a few items here and there, but they're not really worth playing around with. What is this? Jasper Blossom. So see the blue butterflies that are flying around this plant? To me, now I don't know this for sure. I don't know this for certain. I haven't read anything that says this, but in my experience, any flower that you see that with, you see blue butterflies flying around the top of the flower. There are only a few kinds of flowers that do that. And anytime you see that, I would suggest picking it up, because it seems to me those are rare, or at least uncommon. At the very least, uncommon. And so those are going to be used in crafting, most likely. Let me double check. It was Jasper. There it is, Jasper Blossom. So it can restore health. So you could use it. It is a consumable, but it's also a combinable item. It says affect single target, a combinable item, restores some health, favored by Simone. So you could use it as a gift for Simone. You could combine it with something to make something else. And it may be used in upgrading weapons and armor, but I'm not positive on that one. I don't know. But Jasper Blossom is combined with something else to create who knows what. No idea yet. But from what I can understand, they are generally more rare than any other type of plant that you come across. So, if you see something with blue butterflies flying around it, I always grab it. There was another one. Ooh, okay, so we've got bandits and wolves. Nice. So it looks like PETA's trying to give me a fire enchant. Yep. There it is. So this is not the most exciting attack to do, but it is pretty powerful. That charged up attack, the charged up light attack, can be incredibly powerful, especially with a holy enchantment. Because the holy enchantment is like a heat-seeking enchant, and it's really powerful. Did you just cast a healing spell on your buddies? Don't know. You need to die. And then I think you're the only one left. Nice. Got it.
If you're tired, rest.
Josh, got a thing for red hair too? Yeah, fair enough.
If you lose your way,
Fair enough. I don't know what it is.
consult your
Always had a thing for red hair. Have you played Dragon Age Inquisition? I have not. I own it. I just haven't gotten to it. It's in my backlog. Unfortunately. I love Dragon Age. The first game was amazing. The second one I haven't played much of. So I need to get back to that as well. The first game is one of my favorite games. It is absolutely phenomenal. I hope the second one's just as good. And from what I heard, the third one is really good. Inquisition is really good. But yeah, I haven't had a chance yet. Still in my backlog. What are we gonna? Let's do 11. Maybe we can get some of these guys staggered. All right, spellcaster's down. Stay up, staggered him. Nice, good. Take it. So it didn't look like Levin was doing a lot of damage to the archer, the strider, but it did some. Oh, is that a Cyclops coming up? Yeah, I think we have a Cyclops coming up here. Another mage. Nice, mage is down. So for whatever reason, it seems like the caster characters are always more affected by magic than the physical damage characters. I think their magic defense on a magic character, so like a bandit, a mage bandit, I think is just lower. Their magic defenses are lower. I would have thought it would be the other way around, but hey, that's just me. Yep, now we have a quest to kill whatever that is, Cyclops, I assume. Yep, it's a Cyclops. With a helmet. That's not good. We staggered him. And we have some bandits too. Is that a goblin? Alright, maybe a goblin. Let's see if we can get this guy down. We're doing okay damage. It's not great, but it's okay. Try Bull-Eyed.
I cannot breach its armor. I've combined my magic with yours. Let's have that hammer. You must do
Nice.
about its armor.
So PETA mirrored our spell.
Snatch up any tusks you get free.
And so they cast at the same time, which is fantastic. McKinnister, Inquisition is great. The problem is that too many MMO elements. Interesting. Okay. Don't get me wrong, I love my MMOs. I played WoW for a very long time. I was in the beta for Final Fantasy XIV. I played EVE Online. I played EverQuest. Nice, we got him down. Fantastic. So I love my MMOs. So we'll see. I mean, maybe it just depends on what kind of MMO aspects it has. MMO aspects in a single-player RPG If it's done right, I think might be good. It just depends on how they do it. So, is it this way? Yeah, I think it's this way. Corzart agreed the new one is meant to not have multiplayer and just be a single-player game. Fair enough. Weak side quests with the main story, the music, the RPG elements are great. Okay. Yeah, weak side quests I find is pretty common in MMOs. It just depends on the MMO. Like, Final Fantasy XIV has some really good side quests. Don't get me wrong, there are some crappy ones in there too. But I think... Ugh, ran out of stamina. I think for my money, Final Fantasy XIV probably has the best questing experience, the best storyline experience out of any MMO that I've ever played. I still, you know, I love WoW, but it's just a lot of stuff they did with it that I didn't care for. And unfortunately for me, a lot of my friends stopped playing. One of the guilds that I was in broke up, and you know, some of my real-life friends that did play stopped playing. That kind of thing. So, without the right people, it just wasn't as fun. But even without the right people, playing Final Fantasy XIV was fun. I still have an account, but I don't have, I don't think... Yeah, it's not active at the moment. I want to get back into it, though. Ooh, too many bandits.
Watch for their magic.
Let's try casting a bolide. Peter got one off. Nice. Oh, and we're out of stamina again. Oh, I might want to... I don't know, I might want to level up as something else, like a Strider or something, just to get more stamina. That is one thing that I absolutely recommend looking into with this game, is know what you want to level up as, because ultimately it doesn't matter. Ultimately you can beat this game no matter how you level up, no matter what you play, no matter what class you are. This game is not meant to be overly difficult. There are a lot of things in it that can be difficult, but ultimately you can beat this without too much trouble. That being said, take a look at what you want to level as, because what you level as will determine your stats. So if you want more magic attack, level as a sorcerer. If you want more physical attack, level as a warrior. If you want more defensive, physical defense, level as a fighter. And don't quote me on this, because again, it's, you know, I'm no expert and I don't know the exact distribution of stats when you level up, which class does what. I do know that Sorcerer has the most magic, because it's one of the things that I've been focusing on. Nice. Get another Chimera down. Fantastic. Lots and lots of resources. But look it up. There's a chart in the wiki. You can find exactly what class levels what stat. You know, there's one class that has the most stamina. I can't remember what it is. It's either the Strider or the Ranger, I think. It's one of the archer classes. Strider or the Ranger has the most stamina. There's one that gives the most hit points, which I think is the fighter, but don't quote me on that one. There's one for magic attack, one for magic defense, physical attack, physical defense. Yeah, so you want to min-max your character. Look up what to level as. You don't have to min-max your character, though. Even if you screw it up, even if you level as a different class each time, you can still beat this game. No sweat. It's just going to make certain fights more difficult, but it's still doable. Combat is good enough. Hope you bring it to Twitch in the future. So you're talking about, are you talking about Dragon Age Inquisition? Hope I bring it to Twitch in the future.
Talk is, a band of woman thieves makes their den in these parts.
All right, we're getting somewhat close. So there's the bandit fort right up there.
What a drop. It's like the open space is about to...
Yeah, Inquisition? Okay, yeah. I might. I might. It is an interest. It's a game that I would very much be interested in bringing to the channel. I'd love to do first playthrough. You know, a blind playthrough. So I think those bandits might be part of the women's guild, the women's bandit camp. So if that's the case, what is this gonna... Oh, this is gonna replace everything. So my defenses are gonna go in the tubes. That's okay. Got an achievement, a Queen's Regalia. Nice. I love it. This is great. So I think I'm gonna try this fight with the set of ladies' garb on. It massively screw up my defenses. Let's just hope I don't get hit much. And I don't know if the bandits are going to ignore us or
Cyclops!
what. I have no idea.
In quick succession.
But this is the reason why I wanted to put it on. Nope. Bandits are not ignoring us. Okay.
They strike.
They're not ignoring and they're not helping.
You cannot hold a weapon with a heated hand.
Throw a bolide into the mix. Throw a Nestian down here.
Weapon off!
Alright, so we got him on fire. Try another bolide.
Love is a brilliant take on the lightning. I've combined my magic with yours.
Nice. We got 2 bolides. One for me, one for PETA. Takes a lot of stamina to cast that, though. Those are the meteors that come in. I love the fact that you could actually see them come in from a long ways away. Let's try 11. I'd like to get his helmet off. If you can get that guy's helmet off, you do a lot more damage.
Its armor is rent. I cannot breach its armor. Tis our chance. Let's have that helm off.
Level 35. Nice. What did he drop? Oh, he did drop a few things. At least they didn't fall off the cliff. Oh, no. At least one of them did. I can see it down there. Oh, well. Ah, crap. So, we should... Ooh! Wait. No. No, PETA fell! Oh, come on. That's not good, because I don't know if we can make it down there
What a drop.
before
PETA
PETA vanishes. I'm going to drop here. I'm not going to go all the way back. There, so we took some damage. That's fine. I should be able to get her back up before she poofs. Come on, come on. Treasure chest in the way.
Please help me.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm coming. I'm coming. Have to catch my breath.
Saw your help. Hold on.
There.
Hold on.
I was clumsy.
Yeah, she just fell down the cliff and died. Pawns can be dumb sometimes. Unfortunately. Ooh, we got a weapon. A weapon that we're probably not going to use. At least not much. I might show off some of the other classes, but I think for the most part, I want to level as a sorcerer. I gotta get back up there. No falling off the cliff this time, girls. Come on. Now, it's one thing about Dragon's Dogma that I wish was more similar to Elden Ring, is that when you run in Elden Ring, if you're not in combat, you don't use stamina. So I wish that was the case in Dragon's Dogma. That if you're not in combat, why use stamina to run? I mean, I get it. Your character's going to get tired the more you run, but you can't really claim the realism card here. The realism card does not work because you have then mushrooms, which regenerate your stamina, so you can infinitely run as long as you have enough mushrooms. Or any kind of stamina replenish consumable. So you can't really use the realism card.
This hold is home to thieves.
Are they going to let us in the front door?
For a man to meet their leader. Mayhap if he wore a woman's kit. Our search would go much
See-
easier were we able to use this gate.
Yeah, see, we're getting advice on this quest. Because some of these pawns have actually done this quest before. Something around here must open the gate. Yes, something does. I think it's on the other side of the gate, so no, cannot go in through the front door. No big deal. We'll go up and around the side.
Keep watch for falling rocks as we walk the slopes, Master.
So they should not aggro
Would be
on
wise
us.
to not arouse the ire of the local
Hello.
bandits.
Hello.
Shoo. Shoo.
Yep. And we can talk to some of them. Works for me. So
Down below, Arisen.
there are things to pick up
Seems there's more than
in
one
here,
way to
and we
those
should be
bandits,
safe
but
to
not
do
one
it. I think there's some treasure chests and stuff that we can grab. It should be safe to do. Here, I'm going to turn on our lantern.
We're the next, Master.
It's not going to help a ton, but it will help a bit. Here we go. Hunter's bow. Again, something I probably really won't use much. But I might. I might level up as a strider or a ranger or something to get some more stamina. Now that I think about it, I think the strider has an even distribution of stats. I think the strider is the most spread out
This
stat-wise.
fort was built by a duke of old. I reckon it's worth investigating. I wonder
Maidens.
what's inside.
What was that? Maidens something or other. Here's our weapons that we picked up. The tight cicada. Okay, interesting. And then hunter's bow. And... Maiden's petticoat. Woven with steel fibers. Interesting. To make it more durable. Am I playing with mods? No, I'm not playing with mods. No mods on this playthrough. I honestly have never experimented with mods on Dragon's Dogma. So I don't know what's out there. I'm sure there are probably some good ones. Just never looked into it. I've never really felt the need to mod this game. But now that I've got my main character through, the majority of the game, I haven't gotten into New Game Plus yet, but I'm not far off. I'm basically just farming right now on my main character. Maiden's camisole. Okay. I might consider some mods, especially something like a stamina mod. That would be fantastic.
An ancient fort, to be sure.
Where is the leader? Ah, here she is.
I
A
think we're not
grimoire.
like to get
Ophis.
past the
Salon
bandit.
it, was it? Nay, I've not heard of it. But other rats have been scurrying about after such trinkets, I hear. The Iron Hammer, I mean. Pack of filthy thieves stinking up the south of Grancis. Their leader's the worst of the lot. Fancies himself a regular scholar. All learned like. Probably him that wanted grimoires collected up. though, talk is. Half of those things are forgeries anyway.
Okay. So she didn't have it.
To do in this quest.
So now she's pointing us to another bandit encampment.
Iron Hammer
Another
dwells
bandit
within
fort.
holes
We
near
might
the
speak
southern
with her.
shore.
Were we all women?
So we'll go down and check out that other bandit fort now, and we no longer need the dress. So probably head back. Oh, what? Head back to Grand Soren?
Don't get cocky, you.
No, I'll probably head back to Casardis, actually.
Take care you don't fall.
Is there anything good down there? No, I don't think so. I think that's just the path around. Yeah, that's right back to the beginning. Let's check the rest of the fort here and just make sure there's nothing else worth picking up. So, McKinnister, if you play DA Inquisition someday, really recommend you play it with mods. The experience is so much better and really worth it. Definitely worth looking into. My prevailing theory on games, for me, is that I like to play it through the first time without any mods whatsoever. I'd like to play it through the first time just as the game was released and see how it is, you know. That way I'll know what's missing. I can better understand what's missing, what needs to be modded for the next playthrough, that kind of thing. So the first time I play it through, I might not mod it. But we'll see. There's nothing back there. Is there anything in this tower? No, we already picked it up. Okay. I think that might be it.
Fort was built by a duke of old.
I mean, the fort isn't huge, so that might be everything that was in the fort. Let's port back. I think I might port to Casardis because, yeah, as you can see on the map here, the next place we have to go is just southwest of Casardis. So, yeah, we'll port there. We'll swap out our gear, probably deposit a few things at the inn. I'm going to stay at the inn in Casardis because my main pawn, actually, I hired this pawn. I hired this character's pawn and did a few things. So I want to see how many Rift Crystals I get from it, because I was farming a little bit last week or the weekend. I can't remember when I did it, but I farmed a bit. So I want to see what we get. How many Rift Crystals we get. Plus I sent over... Nope. Windows is complaining about the controller. I think the cord is loose. I might need a new cord. Yep. Yeah, give me a second to fix the cord here. I think the cord is just a little loose on this. So I might want to grab a different one. We'll try to get through the rest of the stream without swapping cords, and I don't even know if I have another one that I can use, but we'll see. Looks like it's working now. Alright, so let's go deposit a few things. Stay at the inn. Actually, I'm going to see how much... Oh, no, that's not true. I can't do it here. I was going to say I'll see how many discipline points we have, and maybe, you know, can buy a few more abilities or something, but can't do that here.
As you will.
Deposit. Let's deposit a bunch of this stuff, since I don't need it. Definitely anything that's going to spoil. Yeah, I'm not really going to use the small nuts. Poison flask. Some bombs. All the materials. Deposit all of that. We'll deposit the hoe. Don't need it. Every once in a while I'll pass it and I'll think that it's a pick. But your pickaxe goes here. not in the other category. So if you ever see what looks like a pickaxe in the other category, you can probably deposit it.
As you will.
Oops. There's other stuff to deposit still. Weapons. Oh, I gotta swap out my armor. The Maiden's Petticoat and the Camisole, I think we'll deposit those for now. I might equip those on our
As you will.
on our pawn,
What
though.
can I do you for? As you will.
Here, we'll change equipment in this screen. So I did get an Ebon neck wrap Dragon Forge. That's cool. Yeah, we did kill the Drake in the south of Grancis. Got lucky and got that Dragon Forged. Didn't get any weapons Dragon Forged, though, as far as I recall. So this is Grievous Horns, Grievous Black, Common Arch Staff. So the Grievous Horns is going to be the most magic power at the moment. Yeah, 229 versus 155 or 99. Now, obviously, these two are not upgraded as much, the Grievous Black and the Common Arch Staff, or Archistaff. They're not upgraded as far as Grievous Horns, but I think Grievous Horns just has better magic attack overall, anyway. So we'll go with that for now. For the most part, when it comes to gear, when it comes to equipment, I'm looking for anything that increases magic. And most things will not. We don't have a huge selection right now. But I'm pretty sure the Tiger Bangle increases magic. It doesn't look like anything else is going to. So we will stick with what we have. Don't really need that anymore. And let's get rid of some of this stuff off of PETA. Oh, this PETA picked up a rusted longbow. We'll get rid of that. The rusted weapons may seem... So this is a tip, something to keep in mind. Rusted weapons. You're going to find a rusted weapon for every class. Every type of rusted weapon exists in the game. Do not throw them away. Don't sell them. Don't throw them away. They are useful. Even up to the end of the game, they can be useful. Because if you upgrade a rusted weapon... I forget when. I forget how far you have to upgrade it for this to happen. But at some point, once you've upgraded a rusted weapon far enough, it will have basically an attribute on it that will inflict enemies with torpor. So it's a slow. So if you hit an enemy, even as a sorcerer, like if you have a rusted staff, if you hit an enemy with a spell while that staff is equipped, while the rusted staff is equipped, it's not going to do much damage because the stats on those rusted weapons are horrible. They're not meant to do damage with. What they're really meant for is applying that slow. Once you've applied the slow, it sticks around for a little bit. You can swap weapons right in the middle of combat. So not a big deal. You can just swap to a better weapon right in the middle of combat. And then your enemy will be slowed, and you can do some significant damage. Oh, I wanted to stay the night at the end. That's right. So keep the rusted weapons. Keep at least one of each rusted weapon.
Those fools all hold the same scent that you... What can I do?
It's especially effective on, especially helpful on things like dragons. If you can slow a dragon, it makes that fight a lot easier. So if we could slow that Drake, we could farm it pretty easily.
You seem tired, cousin.
We'll stay till morning. Your followers return from assisting another Arisen in another realm. Yep. Yeah, she brought back 100,000 Rift Crystals. Nice. And what items? That's right. I gave us some giant fish because we need 10 I think it's 10 kept giant fish for one of the quests. So I just basically gave that pawn a giant fish each time, and I think I hired them twice, so that's why there are 2. It's gonna help. It'll help us. We don't have to go farming fishing spots as often. So you come back with some foe knowledge as well, which is nice. They know how to better fight these different foes. Of course, I'm going to rate this pawn, 5 stars in every category.
How did I perform? I tried my hardest.
We didn't really complete any quests. That's why I didn't get any quest knowledge, and I don't think I got any further knowledge about any areas that we visited. But those are 2 more things that you can get, that your pawn can get when they're hired by somebody else. They can get knowledge about various quests if the person that hired your pawn did some quests while they had your pawn active. And then you can get experience with various different enemies, like we did. And you can get experience in various different areas of the game. You can learn the map, essentially. Your pawn can learn the map. So it's kind of neat. I love that aspect of it. The fact that your pawn can come back with experience, things that they have experienced because they were playing around in somebody else's game. Let's deposit a few of these things that we picked up, especially the giant fish. I don't want it to rot. And that's it. So we have... Is this a Wakestone Shard? Yeah. So I've got a Wakestone Shard on us, but not an actual Wakestone. So if we die, we can't revive. And that is a huge thing. That is another little bit of a tip for the early game and the mid game. Until you get to Bitter Black Isle, which is the DLC, your Wakestones are going to be pretty rare. It's going to be difficult to find Wakestones. And Wakestone Shards are not full Wakestones. You need 3 Wakestone Shards to make a full Wakestone. And even the shards are pretty rare. But once you get into Bitter Black Isle, they're more common. Which technically you can do right away. You could go into Bitter Black Isle, even at level, 1, really. There we go. We finished the rabbit quest.
A goblin!
You can go to Bitter Black Isle right away. Almost at the very, very beginning of the game. The problem is you're not going to be able to kill anything in Bitter Black Isle.
We have triumphed.
So, all you're going to do in Bitter Black Isle is you're going to run around and try not to get hit and pick up treasure chests and, just gather items and all of that kind of stuff. You can do that, and if you do that, you will end up with some really, really powerful gear, equipment, armor, that kind of thing from the very beginning of the game, so you can make your game a little bit easier in the beginning if you do it that way. It's something I didn't do and didn't want to do for the playthrough on Twitch. For this playthrough. But if I was playing by myself, I might. Just because I enjoy Bitter Black Isle, and some of the weapons and stuff there are fun to play around with. Super powerful. Yeah, it makes the game a bit easier. It takes a little bit of the challenge away, but I think some of the enemies are just too hit point spongy. I've been looking for an upgraded weapon for this character for a while now. And we finally got away from the Arc Staff. We finally got away from the Arc Staff and got this, the Grievous Horns, but even this isn't fantastic. It wasn't a huge upgrade, but it was something. I'm still looking for another staff, a better staff. The weapons and equipment on, especially the weapons, on Bitter Black Isle are far, far superior to anything you can find in the base game.
to find out where this path leads to our destination. The crags.
So something to keep in mind. Depends on how you want the game to go.
Wolves hunt
You know,
in packs.
do you want more of a challenge? Stay away. Do you want to make things a little bit easier in the beginning?
They're a slippery
Go run
target.
through Bitter Black Isle.
Fire famed wolves.
This isn't the way to the capital.
Hello.
Wolves on the face. You'll not hit them swinging.
Wolves are just
blindly.
so fast.
Did it.
So, wolves are not too much of a problem. For, especially for ranged characters like magic users and, you know, archers and stuff like that. Wolves aren't that much of a problem, but for physical damage classes, melee classes, like the fighter, the warrior, or if you try to do it as melee with like a strider or ranger, which, you know, they carry daggers and swords respectively. If you try to melee wolves,
We're apt to meet bandits.
it's a pain in the butt. It really is. They're too fast.
They're prepared to cut down a few thieves.
They're so hard to hit.
Keep watch for falling rocks as we walk the slopes, Master. With so many
Sickle,
trees,
boys.
it's hard to see what lies ahead.
Nice. Good. I'm glad we got him in one spell.
This scenery is quite a change.
So there are more bandits up here. I'm gonna go this way because we can hit them from above. There he is.
They're armed, Master.
There's one guy. Two. There's a second one.
Human foes may find escaping with any monster threat.
Go away. He's trying to hit me. Yeah, I think he's aggroed on me. Nice. Good kill. She-Beast is out of stamina. Her stamina seems pretty low. I might actually replace her relatively soon. It doesn't seem like she has a lot of stamina. I mean, granted, she is a lower level character, but she runs out of stamina pretty quick. And that can be a big problem, because as soon as she runs out of stamina, she does that, like, I'm exhausted move, and she won't do anything. She won't even defend herself. Like this. Yeah, she's been using a lot of stamina. This is definitely something to watch for. With your pawn, when you make your pawn, depending on what you do with them, you may not want to craft it like this person did She-Beast. She-Beast is okay, and stat-wise, she looks good. Armor, she's pretty good. In fact, I want to say that shield is from Bitter Black Isle, but I don't remember. But either way, she's got some really good stats, some really good armor, weapon, that kind of thing, right? But a raid from Diogenes of Miami. Nice! How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the channel. We're just getting into some Dragon's Dogma here today. And we're going to do Salamet's Grimoire right now. So we're going over to the bandit fort over there. So we got a lot of bandits to kill. But thank you. Welcome to the raid, and thank you so much. Thunder! Oh, Thunder, how's it going? It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day, Thunder. Oh, one of my favorite attacks in the game that charged up a charged Holy Bolt. I think that's what it's called. Charged Holy Bolt. It's heat-seeking. It's like 5 projectiles or 6 projectiles at once.
This looks interesting.
And it does significant damage. A serious amount of damage. We just killed one guy in one cast of it. Probably one of the most powerful attacks in the game. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. It's not one of the most powerful, but it is one of the most useful, I find. Although these guys, these fighter bandits, seem to be really resistant to magic. Just in general. Ooh, not resistant to a bolide, though. That did a lot of damage to that guy. Yeah, I don't know what his resistances are, but anybody that has a shield, any bandit or any humanoid that has a shield, they definitely seem more resistant to magic.
Look, there's a stronghold of some sort by the sea. We walk in bandit lands. We walk
Let's get out of here.
Best we gave them a wide
Without messing with any more bandits that are back there. We've got plenty to kill up here. So right now we've got a fire enchant, so it's fire charged firebolt. But even that's pretty effective because we can stun these guys or stagger these guys. Go away. Knock them off their feet. This guy, we aren't going to knock him off his feet. We can stagger him a little bit at least. Nice.
Hold nothing back.
Yeah. Oh, focused. Oh, a charged shot from that guy.
They're left exposed after a grand strike.
I could see him charging that one up, and that's usually a problem because that'll knock you off your feet. Unless you're really set up for it. So for spellcasters, it's a pain in the butt. Because you get knocked off your feet and your cast just goes right out the window. Nice. Yeah, she keeps running out of stamina. Stop it. I don't know. That might be one of the reasons why some lower level pawns, people will not give them abilities, or they'll give them maybe one ability or something. Because she just keeps running out of stamina, and every time she does that, she's vulnerable to getting hit. And she's useless. You know, she won't do anything. She's vulnerable to taking damage herself. She won't... Uh-oh, he's charging. I think I just used She-Beast as a shield. I think that attack was meant to hit me, and it didn't. Are these allied players or NPCs? So these are all NPCs right now. She-Beast, PETA, and the other PETA. These are all NPCs, in a way. But they were created by players. So this one right here, this PETA, in the Queen's dress thing here, who keeps walking away from me because they all want to go the direction that I'm going. But the one with capital letters, that one I crafted. That's my pawn. The other two are crafted by other people.
This looks interesting.
Although, I mean, technically the lowercase PETA was crafted by me as well. That's my main character's pawn. But She-Beast, for example, that was crafted by... She-Beast was created by someone. No idea who. I can find out by going into her stats. But, let's see, where is it? Profile, there you go. It was created by... Oh, nope, doesn't show there. There it is. So the owner's information is Noob Poner, apparently, was the person that created this pawn right here. She-Beast. So you can hire other people's pawns, other people's NPC helpers, but no, there is no multiplayer as far as, like, actually playing with someone in the game, unfortunately. That would be kind of cool, though.
This looks interesting.
Let's grab some healing items. All that... Was that chaff stem, or was that... green warish? What did we pick up? Actually, I wasn't even paying attention. So we've got some healing items here. The green warish is healing item. The chaff stem, if that's what we picked up. Yeah, we did. This right here is... It does restore some health, but I don't use it because it's combinable with something else to create a different consumable. So I think the green warish is combinable as well, but green warish is very, very common, so I'm not worried about using that. Potent green warish, so you can upgrade green warish to potent, and then I think mature, something like that, which just increases the amount of health that it gives you. I can't remember what chaff stem makes, though. The crafting system in this game is interesting. It's really just a simple combine this with this to create a new item. So there's nothing really overly complex about it, but there's a lot of things that you can combine.
Let's be
A lot of
doubly
different
sure
combinations.
Which will see us to our destination. A stronghold. Here. What could it be meant to
Okay,
be
so
for?
these bandits aren't going to attack us right away. And we should be able to get in here, talk to the leader
Nearby. A bird, perhaps. Or
without
bigger.
really causing trouble.
Speak with he who
Yeah, there he
leads
is.
the band.
We'll see what he has to say. We want Salamet's grimoire. So hopefully
The
we can
grimoire
convince
is
him to
here
give it to us.
Sadly, I've no mind to give it up. Nor do I have want of your coin.
Alright, what do you want instead?
Now, if there were aught I wanted, gold had failed, I would next try steel. Well, have you the metal, sir?
If I recall,
So he's basically
there's a
saying,
treasure chest atop
if
the
you
fort
want it,
tower.
you're going to have to attack us. You know,
Thieves or no,
I-
we've not to gain
as
from our
much as
losses
I-
in combat.
don't want to do it. I think we have to. I don't remember how this quest goes. I don't remember if there's another way to get it without attacking. But, why not? We're here. Let's take him down.
This fort was built by a duke of
First
old.
things first, I want Holy Affinity. Let's put Holy Affinity on my weapon. And then I'll probably start it off with a Lassitude, maybe? That's a slow. And we can target it right on him. Here we go.
You're in the way.
Did we get him? We got him.
Piss off. Looking to bleed.
Although I think we have to beat every bandit in the fort to get it. Honestly, I just don't remember.
Quick succession.
Oh, that's doing nothing to this guy. Okay. Either his holy defense is really, really good, or just magic defense in general. Let's see if we can get a combustion off on somebody. How about this guy? Yeah, that did no damage. Alright,
Looking to bleed.
let's do a bolide. See if I can get a bolide off.
I've learned a new way to fight them.
Although they'll probably be dead by the time I do cast it. Nope. Still at least a couple of them left. Okay, now what?
This looks interesting. Did you say something, Arisen?
Nope, still more. Hello.
Looking to bleed.
Quick succession. Strength in numbers, Arisen.
There's got to be more.
Upward, Master.
And then, of course, we're just going to look around and see if I can find the grimoire. I honestly don't remember this quest. As one of the reasons why I wanted to play this on stream, because it's been so long since I've been in the early game. I've been farming on my main character for so long. It's really all I've been doing. I haven't done any quests. I'm pretty much right at the end of the game, so I wanted to go through this on stream because it's almost like a blind playthrough. Not really, but it's like as close as I can get to a blind playthrough because I don't remember the majority of the game. Oh, there's a...
We've no cause to get
I
too
don't want to go all the
close,
way down there. I'm
and
pretty sure
plenty
it's
of
not there.
reasons not.
But you can go all the way down to that little dock. There are some items down there that you can pick up, but I think it's just random stuff. And this leads outside the fort, I think. Yeah, this is all outside the fort. So let's go back up. Where is that grimoire? Ooh, Wakestone. Wakestone shard. Anyway. So I just need one more Wakestone shard and we can have an actual Wakestone. Which will be nice. Let me save it. This is something I definitely... This is another tip for the beginning and middle of the game. Until you start getting Wakestone shards, or Wakestones themselves. Until those become common. Save your game. You can manually save just by going into this window and either hitting the back button, which on PlayStation controller is the share button. So if you hit that, it'll save, or you can save in the menu. Up here. Just save and continue. Do it often, because this is one of the older... It's kind of like an older school RPG in that if you don't save, the game's not going to do it for you as often as you might like. So if you die, you can lose, you know, depending on when it last saved, you can lose hour, 2 hours worth of work. Easy. Let's go grab some more items. Ebon neck wrap, nice.
There's a way up here.
And what else? I know there's more stuff here.
Mind your steps, Master. This fort holds many twists and turns. Upward, Master.
Yeah, there is more up there. How do we get... Aha! Perfect. And... Oh, maybe there isn't more up here. Oh, yeah, there is. How do I get up there? Can I go up this way? I can. There it is. Salamet's Grimoire. Okay.
Our task is done. To Stefan.
So, we didn't need to kill the bandits. And I don't know if that's going to have any repercussions in the game, because I'm pretty sure there are other things that you can do with these bandits. I'm pretty sure the bandit leader himself has some quests that he's involved in. There might be an escort quest with him. There is... I'm pretty sure there's a quest with, like, a deserter. Or a couple of deserters from his bandit camp. That kind of thing. This is neat. I love that they put this up here. So you've got an explosive barrel that you can just drop on somebody's head. From up here. That's always fun. So I don't know how that's going to work out. If I just screwed up the ability to do any other quest with that bandit leader, I don't know. I don't remember. But it is possible to miss quests. It is possible to miss out on things if you don't do them at the right time. If you don't complete certain quests before you move on with the story, that kind of thing. That is possible in this game. And for me, that bothers me. It always has. Don't get me wrong, I love this game. I love it to death, but when a game does that to you, gives you the opportunity to miss certain things, to miss out on certain quests and whatnot, that is it's an issue for me. I don't know if I can get to the top of that tower.
Mind your steps, Master.
But that's it. I think that's it for that quest. I don't think there's anything else we can do in this fort, really. There might be stuff I'm missing, treasure chests and whatnot. But yeah, I don't want to spend forever running around this tower, or running around this this fortress. I'll just check one more spot here, because I don't know if we explored this little area.
It appears to be a bandit hideout.
Nothing in here. No hidden walls or anything. Claire of Beast BB2, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Good to see you. Welcome to the channel. I am very glad you're here. Yeah, there might be something up here. Ooh, another bandit. Ah! No! Oh, crap. Son of a pup. He knocked us right off of the fort. So that's what I was talking about. I have to click retry, and what retry does is it takes you back to the last save that you had. Oh, thank you. Clara, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Kapow and I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, so we picked up the Salamet's Grimoire. That was the last time the game saved, which is no big deal. I didn't really do anything big after that. Thunder. Is this game multiplayer? No, this game is not typically, not what you would normally consider multiplayer. And I'll explain that in a second. But Clara Beast, good, how are you? I'm doing okay. I'm actually doing better than I was yesterday. Yesterday was a bit of a rough day, and that's why I ended up not streaming. I wanted to. I really, really, really wanted to. I was supposed to do XCOM yesterday, and didn't. It was a difficult day. But I'm doing much better today. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Thunder, so when it comes to multiplayer for this, there isn't... we got another bandit to take care of, apparently. There isn't typical multiplayer in that I'm not going to actually be playing with another person. But what I am doing is I'm playing with another person's created character. So She-Beast, for example, was created by another person. She-Beast was created by this person here, Noob Poner, apparently. Noob Poner is a level 34 character. Noob Poner right now is a ranger, and they've played the game for about 10 hours on this character. At least on this character. I don't know if that's like total account playtime or if that's just this character's playtime. But they played for 10 hours. And they have like all of this experience. This is the rating for the pawn. They've been to these different places. You can get all kinds of information on pawns, and it's really cool. It's really neat to check out. You can tell their height, their weight, their gender, their inclination. So the inclination is what they prefer to do, like what that pawn's AI prefers. And each thing is, they're very specific. Like Scather, I forget what Scather is. I want to say they focus on a certain type of enemy, but I can't remember exactly what. So the different type of inclinations actually have meaning. So if you're interested in that, look it up. Here's their skills, which unfortunately they tend to use their skills way too often because she runs out of stamina constantly. You can tell their defenses, offenses, and their general stats. But every pawn is made by someone. Every pawn that you can hire is made by someone, even if it's just the developers. So the very first pawn you'll ever run into is called Rook, and he's made by the developers. Everybody gets him as their first pawn before you craft your own. And then if you're playing online, because you can play offline, but if you're playing online, then most of the pawns that you see, the vast majority of the pawns that you come across, and you can come across them in the outside world as well, just walking down the road or in the cities and stuff like that, most of them are created by other players. Can you choose whose character you take? Yes. Yeah, there's a thing called the Rift. There are Rift stones in various places in the world, mostly towns and cities. But you can... we got to get back down there. I need to go back to that area where we died, because I'm pretty sure there's something there to pick up. Yeah, we'll go right back down this way. But yes, you can pick and choose who you want. And if you go into the Rift, there's a search function in the Rift, so you can search for different classes, you can search for different levels, you can search whether you want them to be male or female, you can search for different types of AI, different abilities, that kind of thing. It's pretty complex. He's guarding right now, so we're not doing a whole lot of damage. Here we go. Yeah, it's a pretty neat system. I really like it. And your pawn can get hired by other players as well. And if that happens, you get a reward. So depending on how long your pawn is rented out to someone else, you earn rift crystals. That's the first thing you earn. And rift crystals are spent on various different things for your main character in the game. And then you can also be given a gift by another player as well. They can actually gift you something. Here, I'm going to save here just in case we get another bandit that knocks us off the fort. You can save as long as you're not in combat, like in the middle of combat. So I think that other bandit attacked us, came down and attacked us earlier, so he's not here. Hunter's jacket. Clara, so you're doing the barrel exploit in Bitterblack. Nice. So I'm not super familiar with the barrel exploit itself, the specifics of it, but I have an idea of what it's about. I'm pretty sure I know the general function of it, but I'm assuming it's in a specific area of Bitterblack Isle that you can do that in for specific reason, for specific items and stuff. Yeah, I think we got everything in this fort, so let's port back. The quest now has to be turned in somewhere else, probably Grand Soren. I'm pretty sure we have to turn this back in Grand Soren somewhere. Oh yeah, I remember, the guy that asked for it, near the inn. I think we have to give it to him. So let's run back and do that. Salamet's Grimoire. Eternal Fairy Stone, and we'll go back to Grand Soren. Yeah, it's a specific area in Bitterblack. So I know that Bitterblack actually has a couple of different exploits. You could call them exploits, I suppose. Sure. Exploits, I wouldn't call them cheats. You're just exploiting a function of the game that it's in there, and it's in there purposely, and, you know, it's something that's never been patched out. It's a valid function. So, yeah, exploit is fine. This is a rift stone. This right here. So if you see these, you can examine it and go into the rift, and you can actually... I'll do it right now because, I mean, we're here. Might as well. But you go into the rift, and you can see a bunch of other pawns. Now, any of the pawns that are glowing blue like this, that means I currently have them hired. So She-Beast is hired, and PETA has been hired. But the rest here will be other characters, other people's created pawns. So Layla was pretty handy. We were roaming around with her for a little while. She's pretty handy. Blanca, I might have hired her at some point. I don't remember. Lucy we did play around with. I remember that. Tia, I don't remember if I've ever hired Tia or Arya. But you can, so you'll get a bunch of pawns that show up here, and you can check them out just by talking to them.
Yes, Arisen.
And then going view details, and you can see all their stats and everything.
Yes, Arisen.
Which is really interesting. But you can also do it from here. Go to the Riftstone itself. You can check out the top-ranked, worldwide top-ranked pawns for this month. Or you can search pawns by level favorites list. You can favorite any pawns that you've really enjoyed playing with. Anybody who is on your friends list, they'll have a special icon as well, showing that they're your friend. Past summons, these are familiar, so these are so they'll have a mark on it too, meaning that you've played with them before. And then pawns that your main pawn knows. Now what this is, I think, yeah, so it says it right at the bottom left. This is for if someone has hired your pawn, whatever their pawn is will show up in this list. Even if you've never searched for them, even if you've never hired their pawn before. If someone hires your pawn, then whatever pawn that person had created will show up here. So it's a neat way to, like, oh, you hired my pawn? Let me hire yours for a little while, and, you know, I'll help you out that way too. But you can do by level. Here's the thing to watch out for with this, though. You should only hire pawns that are your level or lower, because if you try to hire a pawn that's higher level, you have to spend rift crystals to do it. Now you can spend rift crystals, and the higher the level, the more rift crystals you have to spend. you can spend Rift Crystals to hire a high-level pawn, and, you know, hopefully those pawns will be... you can find one that's more powerful. You don't spend the Rift Crystals yet, not until you actually hire the pawn. You find one that you like, and you hire it. But they can be really expensive. For example, for me, I'm at level 35 right now. If I want to hire a max level pawn, which is 200, it costs me 6 million, almost 6.4 million Rift Crystals. And that's a lot. That's a lot to hire that pawn. Now, you only spend it once, but if that pawn dies, like straight up dies, they fall into the abyss and can't be recovered, or they get killed in a certain way that actually gives them permadeath, then you have to spend it again to hire them again. That's the only downside to this, really. So you can spend Rift Crystals if you want and hire a higher level pawn. I wouldn't recommend it. There are plenty of pawns that you can hire at your level or below that are going to be useful. But, yeah, I mean, if you have a ton of Rift Crystals and you really don't want to do anything else with them, you could. Rift Crystals are used... They're extremely useful once you get to Bitter Black Isle, because you're going to use Rift Crystals to upgrade weapons and armor
Business with the guild, sir?
beyond a certain point. They cost Rift Crystals. Once they've been upgraded to... once they've been Dragon Forged, from then on, they cost Rift Crystals and certain materials to upgrade. So you're going to want to keep a hold of a lot of Rift Crystals for that. And then you can also buy certain things with Rift Crystals, so I would hold on to them. I wouldn't bother using it to hire a pawn.
Salomet was a scholar.
So this is the guy we got to turn our quest into.
Sorcerers. He was a genius, a luminary.
Clara, if I'm only level 6 because I'm not playing on my main account, fair enough. Fair enough.
Until the day
There are some people
so oft-touched with madness.
who keep their main character, or depending on if they have multiple characters or multiple accounts, but there are some people that keep their character at a lower level and keep their pawn at a low level, specifically so the pawn will get hired by more people, because obviously the lower level your pawn, the more people have access to it, or can hire it, you know, without spending Rift Crystals. But there is kind of a sweet spot I've found. I would say anywhere between like level 30 and level 100, maybe. I don't even know if I'd go that high, but somewhere between level 30 and maybe 60 to 80 might be a sweet spot to keep your character. I haven't narrowed it down from that yet. And I haven't really done a lot of research on it, but that gives you a wider range of people that can hire your pawn. I'd probably say, for me, if I have to guess right now, just from my experience, which isn't, again, I'm not an expert, I'd probably have to say around level 50. Something like that. Like a level 50 pawn is probably at a point where if you've spent the time and gone into... if you go into Bitter Black Isle and you grab a bunch of gear and a bunch of, you know, some weapons and stuff like that, and then do some upgrades, you can probably get a really, really geared out pawn by like level 50. And I think that's what people look for most. That's one of the things that makes your pawn worth the most, is the gear that they have on, because gear is huge in this game. Your character's levels increase your stats by a bit. So it's not useless. You definitely want to level up a bit, but your gear is going to have the most effect. Your main is level 72, Clara. That's actually a decent level. That's right in that range that I was talking about too. Massey, how you doing, Massey? Hope you're having a good day. Making them a woman in revealing clothes helps get them hired too. Fair enough, it does. I can't say it's all about the effectiveness. Sometimes it's about the looks. Sure.
I care only about the tome he kept with him in his research. I would make it mine, sir. Even if it means sifting through the mud to find it.
There's something I wanted to do with this. Okay, I'm not going to give him Salomet's grimoire right now. We're not going to give it to him yet. I want to make a copy of it first. So we can just give it to him straight up. and finish the quest. But let's go get it forged. Fashion's Dogma? Yeah, Massey, that's... Yeah, Fashion's Dogma. I mean, it is, too.
You humans certainly do make a
So
lot
we're going
of
to pass... There are a bunch of NPCs here that we're going to pass. Like, this is just an AI NPC. But we will also come across some pawns walking around the city. And, like, this right here, I think is somebody's pawn.
Hello.
Yep.
Yes, Arisen.
That's a pawn that you can hire. And you just find him walking around the city. I always thought this was kind of neat. You could just find other people's... This was created by a person named Manta Ray, who is now a Mystic Knight, level 34 with 9 hours playtime. You just find their pawn walking around your city. I love it.
The scrivener at the Black Cat here can
I think it's
duplicate
fantastic.
objects in your possession.
Precious things got lost
Clara,
on this
I have a
ship.
question. Is there an
Turning up
age
yet?
limit on these videos? So, what do you mean, an age limit or an age restriction or something on my Twitch streams? Or on the you know, when they go up on
What's
YouTube,
more,
the YouTube videos?
proprietor can furnish
Because these are all
services
of my
as
streams
well.
go up on YouTube within like 2 days, 2 or 3 days of the stream. Just depends on how long YouTube takes to process it. But they usually process it pretty quick. I usually try to get my videos up on YouTube within 2 days. So it won't go up tomorrow. It'll go up the day after. This one in particular, for example. But yes, on the Twitch streams. So there's no age limit or age restriction necessarily, but I think I have it marked such that it's not meant for kids. But I don't mind if kids watch. I have no problem with that. I'm going to be upfront with it. I swear from time to time. I'll swear. You know, I'm not against swearing on stream. I try not to make it too heavy. I try not to do it too often, and I try not to make it too bad. But, you know, I'll say shit, damn, you know. I'll even drop an F-bomb from time to time. Very rare. That is kind of rare for me, but every once in a while. But I don't, yeah, pardon me, because I got, my sinuses every once in a while bother me, so I'll be right back on screen. Bear with me just a second. There we go. You're 13, but swearing doesn't affect you? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, if that's the case, then yeah, I mean, you know, I might talk about certain things, and certain things might be brought up that might not be wholly appropriate for kids, like, you know, I don't know, sex jokes, I guess, in a way, but even that's rare and usually not too raunchy, so that kind of thing. I wouldn't really even be worried too much about that. Yeah, I really can't think of anything that would be too bad for a 13-year-old. I try not to be anyway, but, you know, when it comes to, like, chat, I don't have a ton of control over what gets said in chat, so that's always something to be worried about. That's always something, not worried about, but that's always something to be cognizant of. Can you search for my pawn? His name is Tiny Hulk Mage. I could probably search for your pawn. Yeah. Let me see what we need to do to get this, to get Salamet's Grimoire forged. Let me take a look at that real quick.
Here we are.
So I forged the bronze idol, just for something to do,
Why not leave it
which
with
is no
me?
big deal.
I'll craft you a
Scarlet Shadow
full
Fantasy
full
with a
make
raid.
us
How you
know.
doing? A raid and a host. Nice. Shadow Raid. Welcome. Welcome. It's really good to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. Plasmos, good to see you. How you doing? I hope you guys are having a great day. Let me take a look here real quick. Let's see if we can forge Salamet's Grimoire. What does this cost me?
I'll not beat round the bush.
37,500. All right, that's not that bad. I mean, it's a fair amount of money compared to what we have right now, but it's not too bad. Thank you so much for the follow, Scarlet. I appreciate it. Kapow here appreciates it, and we love you for it. Kimmerp, Kim Earp, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. And thank you so much for the follow. That's awesome. That is so awesome. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. Thank you. Yeah, geez. Literally, like legitimately, I got goosebumps right now. Thanks. Plasmos, thank you for the follow. Oh, I love you guys. We're gonna forge Salamet's Grimoire, just because, right? Another follow, Condus. Thank you, Condus. I appreciate it. Kapow says thank you as well. Thank you. We love it. We love having you guys here. I hope this stream is fun. Follow hype. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. That's awesome. Thank you so much. So we're going to forge Salamet's Grimoire, and can't stay long, but I'll leave a lurk up for you. Thank you, Plasmos. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Much appreciated. Love Kapow. Yeah, Kapow loves being on stream. He really does. He tends to escape from time to time. Like he'll because of the way I sit. I really need to get. I want to get like a sling for him for up here to get him up a little higher. But yeah, he does kind of lean, and then every once in a while he'll take a tumble. But yeah. So where am I? Oh, let's go visit Madeline since we're here. She's right here. Might as well. Ooh, what level are you at? That's one of my favorite games. Kimmerp. So, yeah, it's one of my favorite games, too. Diogenes. So, gotta go. Y'all have a good one. All right, have a great day. I really hope you have a good day, and thank you for being here. Appreciate it. This is one of my favorite games as well. I love it. Kimmerp, this game is awesome. I am level 35 right now. This is not... I am gonna be completely honest, this is not my first character that I've ever been through Dragon's Dogma with. I have been through the game once before, but not completely. My main character on my main account is actually, this is my second account. My main account is at the end of the game, both in the main game and Bitter Black Isle, I believe. But again, I've never beaten the game completely, so I don't know how much more I have to do. But I'm not there yet. For the most part, my main character is just farming Bitter Black Isle, and has been for a while. The early game and the mid game, pretty much most of this game, I don't remember anymore. Because my main character, I've had the account for a while, and my main character went through all of these quests like 3+ years ago. 2 or 3+ years ago. So I don't remember most of this game. There are things that, like, as we do them, I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember this. I remember where this is, whatever. But yeah, like I couldn't remember how to get Salamet's Grimoire. So that was an adventure. You know, it's as close as I can get to a fresh playthrough of this game, like a blind playthrough of this game. Because I just don't remember most of it. So yeah, it'll be fun. Is it exciting then? Yeah. And again, I've only been through it once, so it's not like I have all of this stuff memorized. I've beat the main game a couple of times. Awesome, Clary. That's fantastic. What did she... I want to see what she has to sell. I don't think we have anything to buy off of her that's going to be useful at this point. I just want to see what else is here. I can't remember exactly what she sells. For PETA here, I would like to change her gear out from this princess dress. I want to change it out, but I don't want to do it until we actually have a full set of decent, you know, semi-decent gear. But I would like a circlet for her. Because I think this circlet, yeah, has +4 to magic. So I think I'm going to buy it. Whoop. I don't want to buy it on her, though. Let's put it in item storage. I'm going to buy a circlet because it's got a + for magic. We're not going to equip it yet. Thunder! Thunder, it's time for you to head to bed. All right. Thank you. Have a good evening as well. Get some good sleep. And as always, it's amazing to see you. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. It was great to see you again. We'll be back again tomorrow for XCOM. So I hope to see you then. If not, I'll see you soon, I'm sure. Have a good night, Thunder. So we'll pick up a circlet. I don't know what else. I know I want, for the chess piece, I want to get silver, what is it called? There's a silver chess piece that I remember being really good. So I want to grab that, but I don't remember where to get it. I don't remember if you get it off of a vendor or if you just find it out in the world. Tiger Bangle has an increase to magic. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So there's an increase to magic on the Tiger Bangle. Let's buy one of those. Just so I have it. So I have an extra one when I get the opportunity to equip it. I'll probably find another one out in the world somewhere by the time we get to equip it. But just so I have it in my inventory. Since we have some gold. PETA. What does PETA have equipped? I don't remember if we have the Baleful Nails equipped on PETA, but I might want to get another one. Baleful Nails increase your magic and physical attack by 10 each. So they are nice to equip 2 of them. Kimmerp, yeah, I love the replay value. It's incredible too. The replay value is incredible too. Can't wait for you to finish it through that first time. Yeah. So the replay value, like New Game Plus kind of thing, that's going to be really fun to get into as well. And so I'm hoping to do that on this character. I might keep my main character just farming Bitter Black Isle for a long time and not go into New Game Plus, simply because I want to have that character just farm up like almost everything that I can before I get into New Game Plus. I don't know if I'll do it, I don't know if I'll stick with it or eventually make it into New Game Plus with that character, but this one, I definitely want to make it into New Game Plus. I'm not going to sit forever farming Bitter Black Isle. I'll do it a little bit as we get there. I will farm Bitter Black Isle a little bit, show you guys where, various people who may not have played the game and where things are, how to get, how to farm up certain chests, because certain chests will have a pool of gear or a pool of things that that chest can have, and it's random what you get when you get there. So there's a way to farm specific items. And so I'll show that off. Because some of that stuff I am more recently familiar with because I've been farming for a bit. But yeah, we're not going to get to Bitter Black Isle on this character right away. Baleful Nails. I think I'm going to get one more. It looks like we have 3. They're not that expensive. I'll buy one more. But that's all she has that I want to get into right now. I don't want to buy too much from her. Equipment. So I did find an incognito mask. This is interesting. It's one of the bandit masks. There are some bandits that wear that. Its defenses are okay, but I think I'm pretty sure the circlet. Yeah, the circlet has increased magic. So I'll keep that on because we're a sorcerer. But yeah, that's funny. PETA. Here we go. Okay, PETA's got 2 equipped already. And I have Baleful Nails and the Ring of Perseverance. So the Ring of Perseverance is really nice because it doesn't do much as far as stats go, but it increases the discipline earned by the wearer. And what that's good for is your discipline is the amount of... It's almost like a currency. Discipline acts as 2 things. It lets you level up in your class. So you have 2 different levels. You've got... Oh, did I go the wrong way? No, yeah, I went the wrong way. You've got 2 different levels. You've got your character level and your class level, right? Your character level is I'm level 35, and you can go up to level 200, which doesn't say 200, it'll say infinity, but that's max level is 200. Your class level is your rank. So right now, as you can see, I'm a vocation sorcerer. So your vocation level is that rank can go up to 9. You can go from 1 to 9. The discipline points that you get, that determines your rank, and that lets you can spend those on abilities. Your experience is specifically just for your character level. Hydrate, stretch, and posture check. Good, and good. Thank you. Yeah, actually, I do need a drink, so bear with me just a second. I'm gonna grab a sip and then get up and stretch real quick. Scarlet, you're doing a first ever playthrough of this. Such an in-depth yet punishing game. It is. I love it. I absolutely love it. And then there's so much to it as well. Okay, stretch and a posture check. So those are easy. And also pop my shoulders because that helps a bit. There we go. That's a little better. Thank you, actually. I needed that, and I don't always do that when I should, so. Clara, farming to get your second character through the assassin class in level 15. Yeah. So those are fun. Assassins are fun. Kimmerp, gonna head out. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hope to catch it again. So if you're looking for Dragon's Dogma specifically, that is every Wednesday. But also, I think I'm going to be doing it on Sundays as well. So Sundays are up in the air right now as to what I'm going to play, but I think I might go back to Dragon's Dogma on Sundays as well. But at least every Wednesday. So other than that, XCOM. My schedule is on the Twitch channel as well, so you can check that out. But XCOM on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and then a Soulsborne game. Right now, it's Elden Ring on Saturday. But it's good to see you, Kimmerp. Thank you for being here, and really appreciate it. Scarlet, yes, I'm loving the game so far, even though I've died so much. Fair enough. Fair enough. You absolutely can die a lot in this game. Oh, excuse me. So with this, there's something here that I want to show off too, if it's here. Yep, perfect. So if you can get on top of this little fountain, there's a spot where you can gather. And a lot of times you'll get coin from this. We just got a rock, which is useless. Well, they're not... Rocks aren't completely useless, but mostly. But if you get up there, you can loot that spot, and a few times. One of the things you can get there is gold, and if you get really lucky, you can get like a larger gold pouch. I think you can get up to like 10,000 gold from that spot
Are your travel
in one
preparations complete?
loot. So I always check that from time to time, because in the early game, especially in the early game, you'll be limited on how much gold you have. Right now I've got 176,000 because we've completed a few quests here and there. But in the early game, especially when you first get to Grand Soren, check that spot. And occasionally I'll just check it anyway. Nowadays. Farming on Bitter Black is easy when you know what to do. It is. It is. Farming on Bitter Black Isle it can be very easy. Once you know the area. Bitter Black is confusing at first. But to learn the map, it's a little confusing at first. But once you get it down, once you know where you're going, it's definitely easy. Oh no! Oops. I deposited my lantern. Oh well. I'm going to deposit most of the empty flasks that we have. I think I'll keep like 3 on me. We'll deposit all the materials. I need to get my lantern back. We'll deposit this worm perfume there. Deposit the shackles, the bronze idol. So, the bronze idol and the bronze idol forgery that we made. Some items actually designate between whether or not it's a forgery. Some don't. So you can forge certain things, and it'll basically just act like I think you can forge a skeleton key, but whether you can forge that or not, you can forge things like Mithridate, right? I don't know why you would, because you can gather it pretty easily, but you could forge this, or you could forge like Green Warish or something. If you do, it'll act like a normal item, and it'll stack with the rest. But certain things don't. Certain things actually say they're forgeries, and they have different effects. this, the Bronze Idol Forgery, it has a slightly different effect than the Bronze Idol itself. You could, I think you can gift this to one of the merchants. There's the bronze, there's the silver and gold idols, and you can gift them to merchants. And if you do, they change their wares a little bit. And it depends on who you gift what to. And you can't gift more than one to any given merchant. So, and there's only a couple of merchants you can gift them to. I know you can gift it to the weapons guy in Grand Soren, and you can gift it to Madeline. But I can't remember who else, if there is anybody else. And you can only give one of them the gold idol. So be careful. And I don't think you can gift them... I don't think the Forgery does the same thing. Don't quote me on that, though. I'm no expert. Apparently, this one is favored by Fornival. He likes the Bronze Idol Forgery. So you could give it to him as a gift and increase his affinity towards you. If you keep this in your inventory, though, any of the idols, if you keep them in your inventory, you get a shop discount. That's how you get a discount on purchasing items from the shop. You can keep a Forgery in your... It does the same thing, as far as that goes. We're going to deposit... We'll deposit both, because I'm not purchasing much more at the moment from anybody. So we'll just get rid of both of those for now. Get rid of the equipment that we picked up, since I'm not really going to use it. What about... PETA has some stuff we can get rid of. Shackles, get rid of those. We'll put the Baleful Nails away, since she's already got 2. And I want to keep the Ring of Perseverance, so we don't need a second one for me. The other pawns, they will pick up stuff from time to time, depending on their affinity, depending on how they're set up. Pawns will pick stuff up for you, including looting chests, which is interesting. But they're not stealing it. It goes into their inventory, and you can deposit it as you like, or if that pawn dies or you get rid of that pawn, you dismiss them. Whatever they've had in their inventory will get put in your storage. It just automatically gets deposited in your storage. Now, there is one exception to that. I believe you can equip other pawns with some gear. And if you do, like for some gear from your own stash, from your own inventory, from your own storage, if you equip a pawn that is not yours with a piece of gear, it'll warn you. Let me try to do it now, actually. So let's go in and try to change She-Beast. We're going to change her clothing, or her armor, sorry, from the skull belts to a plebeian shirt. Right? We'll try to change it just from the skull belts to plebeian shirt. What is it going to do? So I can equip it on her, but if you notice in the bottom left, it says equipping weapons and armor to a support pawn will gift it to that pawn's creator. So if I equip her with this, I am giving it to the player who owns this pawn. And you can't get it back, as far as I know. So that is one way to trade stuff. If you have 2 accounts, or if you have a friend that plays, you can trade equipment this way. It's one way to do that. Weapons. If I wanted to trade or change her weapon, let's say I want to give her Eden's Warden instead of Cursed Light, will it let me do it? Yeah. All right. So this is the only way to gift weapons and equipment to another player. Because when you release them, when you actually release them from your service, that's one thing you cannot gift is equipment. You can gift consumables, you can gift items that are used for crafting, all of that stuff. You can gift most of your inventory, but you cannot gift weapons and equipment. So that's how you do that.
Come again, sir.
Clara, have you been farming giant zombies? You just gotta stun them and throw them into water? Nice. That's cool. I haven't tried that, actually. So, that's one thing I wanted to check. Before we leave here, I want to check the vocation points, the discipline points that we have.
What will it be today?
Let's see if we can learn any new skills. Yeah, Silentium and Blearing are not horrible. I wouldn't give them to a pawn. That's just me. Like, I wouldn't build a pawn that way. But, I don't know. High Bolide I would purchase for my character, but this is something. Something to keep in mind. When you build out your pawn, do not give your... This is a recommendation for me. Do it if you want. I recommend do not buy High Bolide on your pawn. Only buy Bolide. Just the base version. Okay? Don't buy the high Bolide version. And don't use a ring that increases Bolide. Because there are certain rings out there that you can get from Bitter Black Isle that will upgrade a certain specific spell. So if you ever find one that upgrades Bolide, don't use it on your pawn. Don't equip it on your pawn. And here's why. Bolide works a very specific way that no other spell in the game works, if I'm not mistaken. Bolide calls down meteors. That was the one that I showed earlier when we were at the bandit camp, and the meteors fall from the sky and they hit enemies. The way it works is, I read up on this, every Bolide that you cast, each enemy that gets hit can only be hit by 2 meteors. No matter how many meteors come down, each enemy can only be hit by 2. So if you're fighting a whole bunch of bandits, for example, doesn't matter. They're going to get hit, you know, probably the AoE splash of the meteor is going to do some damage to a bunch of different bandits. It all depends on how clumped up they are, whatever. You're going to have enough. It'll be fine. But let's say you're fighting one specific enemy. You're fighting only one thing, like a Cyclops, or you're fighting... I don't know, you're fighting a dragon, right? So if you're fighting one big enemy, a boss, or like anything big, each Bolide cast is only going to hit that enemy twice, even if it normally calls down like 6 meteors. Only 2 of them are going to hit that enemy. That's it. So High Bolide increases the number of meteors that you get, but that's about it. So it's useless against a single target. And it takes longer to cast than Bolide does. So if you give this to your pawn is always going to want to cast the highest version they can. If they're casting it by themselves, they always want to cast the most powerful version. So if you purchase this on your pawn and use it, they're not going to cast the base version anymore. So they're always going to be casting one that summons down more meteors, but you're going to hit the same number of times anyway. It's pointless. It's unfortunate, but it's useless for most of the game. The only time that's ever useful is when you have a whole crap ton of enemies. So anyway, that's just my spiel on Bolide. I never purchase it on my pawn. After I read that, and I'm glad I read it before I got it for my other pawn. But yeah, I don't purchase this. It bothers me because I'm a completionist at heart. So I want to purchase every skill on my pawn, but I can't. I just can't because it's useless.
What will it be today?
Anyway. Yeah, Clariv, I'll check. We'll go to the Rift Crystal next, and I'll check and see if your pawn's there. I'm not sure. I've never tried to search for anybody's pawn specifically, so I'm not sure how best to do that, but I'll see what I can find. Scarlet, good to know. I like the explain in detail. Love learning these things that I may not figure out. Fair enough. Yeah. I hope my explanations don't get too long-winded. They can sometimes, and if that's ever the case, bear with me. I'll get there. But, yeah. Exequy. Exequy is an interesting spell. I've never messed around with it too much because it's very hard to use, but Exequy is basically an instant death spell. You can actually kill things outright with this spell. The problem is when you cast it on a very specific area, and it has like this rune circle in that area, and the rune circle will start to, it'll go from like red, it'll start to count down, essentially. And as it goes around the rune circle and counts all the way down, when it finishes, whatever's inside that circle gets killed instantly. So no, it doesn't do a certain amount of damage. It doesn't, nothing. It's just insta-kill. The problem is keeping your enemy inside that circle. Very difficult. Very difficult to do. It can even, if I remember correctly, it can even kill larger enemies as well. It's just really hard to use. So I don't give that to my pawn either, because they don't make very good use of this skill. It's very difficult for them to get that right. I don't know that I want to buy anything at the moment. I would like to buy Acuity, so I think we'll save up for that. Acuity is one of those... I need to go back and actually level up as a mage as well to get the mage version of this. But Acuity greatly increases your magic, so that would give us a boost to our magic stat, our magic attack power. The mage version has one that just augments your magic. It says specifically augments your magic instead of greatly. So it doesn't increase it as much, but you can stack both of them. So I want to go back and level as a mage to do that as well. We need 9,000 discipline for that one. So we'll save up a bit and we'll get Acuity next. I think Acuity unlocks at Sorcerer rank 9. So you have to rank up your Sorcerer class, your Sorcerer vocation all the way to have access to it. The Mage one, I'm not sure. It might be rank 9, it might be earlier. I actually don't remember. So here's the rift. Let's see if we can find Claire of Beasts' pawn. How would we search for your pawn? What level is your pawn? Scarlet gonna lurk, but I'll try to check in if I can. Can't wait to catch the next stream. Awesome, thank you. Thanks, Scarlet, I appreciate it. And I'm really glad to have you here. So thanks for the lurk, thanks for watching for a while, and I'll see you next time. So yeah, Clara, I'm sorry, I can't remember what level did you say your pawn was? We'll see if I can search by level. By level and vocation. Level 69, okay. Well, that, I probably won't hire you then, because that's 120,000 Rift Crystals to hire you. So we probably won't hire you. But I can see if I can search for you at least. So we're going to change the search conditions, and it's a ranger. So we'll see if we can find your ranger. I can also narrow it down by things like gender, weapon skills, that kind of thing. So what gender is it? We'll have a better chance at finding it if I can find out more specifics. Is it male or female? Male? Okay. So we'll do that. And then... I don't know if I'll narrow it down by weapon skill yet, because that would take a little bit of work to figure out exactly what they have. So let's not narrow it down that way. Let's just see if I can find you here. Zero out of 91 hits. Why am I at 0? I am online. Why am I getting 0 hits? Male Ranger, level 69. Let me try that again. Pawns by level. Level 69. Okay, so I'm not showing any male rangers at level 69, apparently. I don't know why. Let's see if I add in females. Yeah, I'm only showing females, apparently. So I don't know. Maybe it's just, I don't know, maybe it's region locked or something. Maybe it's, you know, we're in a different area or something, or I don't know. I'll have to check again at some point. I'll take a look later, some other time, and we'll see if we can find you again then. Try level 70. Did you level up then? The other thing to note is that it goes by, this is something to keep in mind as well. The stats that you show in the Rift, how to phrase this, what shows up in the Rift for other people to hire is the pawn that you last saved when you were online, when your status in the options menu, when you are listed as online. And the way to know whether or not that's the case, the way to know when that happens is when you sleep in an inn, if at the end of your rest, it brings up a bar that says accessing the server, and the bar takes a little bit to fill up. What that is that's essentially loading your pawn into the server, the online server. So whatever level your pawn was at, whatever vocation your pawn was at, all of the things, it basically takes a snapshot of your pawn at that point when you save, when you sleep in an inn while you're listed as online. So it takes a snapshot of that pawn and then loads it to the server. So even if after that you level up your pawn again, let's say you went from level 70 to level 80 or something, but you did it all offline, the pawn that shows up in the Rift is still going to be level 70. So that's something to keep in mind. It works that way with everything too. Their stats, their gear, everything about the pawn gets snapshot when you save. There, we've got two pawns, it looks like. Pawn name Cuddles and pawn name Deadeye. From the user Crom and user Razorfinger. So those are the only two that are showing up on my list. Cuddles. Cuddles by Crom, okay. And then Deadeye by Razorfinger. Alright, well, we'll give it a try some other time. I am going to screenshot. You know, if I can, actually, give me a second. I'll screenshot the chat real quick, and I'll make sure to remember to check occasionally, see if I can find your pawn. There. Okay. All right, so let's go back to, what are we going to do now? I'm going to go grab a couple of the, From a Different Sky quests. We don't have any new ones available. Nope.
Let's return to Stefan.
So what is the next From a Different Sky quest? Where is that going to lead us? We also have to turn in Salamet's Grimoire, and I have to make a choice because we just forged it, right? It's going to take a few days for the Forgery to be created. So right now the Forger has Salamet's Grimoire, so we can't turn it in yet. But once that Forgery is done, he'll give us back both the original copy and the forged copy. And then we have to make a choice. Do we turn in the quest by giving the guy the Forgery? Or do we give him the actual Salamet's Grimoire?
Where shall we head?
The original. We can do either one, and it will finish the quest. But it has an effect later in the game. This I do remember. I remember reading about it a couple of years ago. It's been a while. But it has an effect in the game. So make that decision with purpose. It is a thing to decide. So where is From a Different Sky 17? Where are we going for this one? Ah, we're going to the Water God's Altar down here. Okay, we can do that one. Why not? Because if we do, you can do these in the reverse order. So if we do the From a Different Sky and pick up the token, and there's still a quest there, we can go back and do the quest later. But if you go some areas, there are a few areas where if you do the quest first, the area becomes unavailable after that. There's only a few, but the area becomes unavailable, and so you can't go back and get the From a Different Sky quest done until New Game Plus. So I'm going to be rather be safe than sorry. I'm going to go do the From a Different Sky quests. So we'll go to the Water God's Altar. I don't think this is one of the ones that gets locked off, regardless. What's the most efficient way to get there? Let's go sleep at Casardis. I'll go sleep at Casardis for a couple of days, and then we'll go back and do it this way. We'll just go through the encampment and go up here. Because I think I can go around this side of the hill. And if we go up this way, I think that should work. If I have to come at it from the other direction, no big deal. It's a learning experience. Eternal Fairy Stone. Yeah, I don't remember the path. So, we'll figure it out. Fairy Stone back to Casardis. We'll sleep a couple of nights to allow the Forgery to be finished. And at some point, we'll go back to Grand Soren.
The life of a salesman surely has its own trials.
Why are you? What can I do?
Pablos eventually is going to love us, because I sleep at Casardis a lot.
You seem tired,
It's the
cousin.
cheapest place
Come
to rest.
So be it.
So I'm always porting back to Casardis. So the accessing server bar that you see right here, that's the server saving your pawn to the server, as well as trying to figure out whether or not your pawn has been hired by anybody else, and getting you the rewards from that kind of thing.
Fools all hold this. The Duke Dragon's bane. What can I do you for? You seem tired, cousin. So be it.
Clariv, sorry for wasting your time. I forgot that I went into hard mode. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Not a waste of time at all. Heck, if I could try to search for somebody's pawn, I'll take the time to do it. No big deal. And the fact that you forgot you were in hard mode, not a problem.
All hold the same silly. What can
I
do?
love that this game has a hard mode.
Cousin. So be it.
I think that's fantastic. There's a little bit of there are a couple of things you can do with that too. So for anybody who's just starting out in the game, I wouldn't recommend doing it if you've got a bunch of hours into the game. If you're, far into the quest lines, or, you've done a bunch of stuff, I wouldn't recommend doing this. But you can min-max your character from the very beginning of the game if you want to do... I'm going to sleep one more time.
So be it.
If you want to play around with it, you can kind of min-max your character a little bit, because when you start the game, if you want to play in normal mode, start in hard mode, go through the opening cutscene, pick your vocation, and the vocation that you pick determines your starting stats. So if you want more stamina, you pick the Strider. If you want more magic power, you pick the Mage. If you want, that kind of thing. Look into it. But you've got 3 choices at the beginning. You've got the Fighter, the Mage, and the Strider. The one that you pick determines your starting stats. So if you want to... I forget if I said I was going to rest again, but we're here. If you want to min-max your character, which is not necessary in this game, but if you feel like it, you start the game that way, you pick your class, you pick your vocation, and then you restart the game in... Actually, no, you do it the opposite way. You start in normal, pick your vocation, then you go to hard mode, and pick your vocation again. Because when you restart, when you go from normal to hard mode, you have to restart the game. It restarts everything. It puts you back at the very, very beginning, no matter how far you were into the game. So if I did it right now, we would start our quest lines all over again. All the quests would be undone. You get to keep all of your equipment. You get to keep all of your, like everything that you've picked up, except specific quest items. But you get to keep a lot of that stuff, and you get to keep your experience and everything. So I would start the game over at level 35, but you start the game over completely from scratch from the beginning. But what that does mean is you can pick your class again. So let's say you want to have a good starting stamina, but you don't want to play as a strider. You start the game as a strider, then go back, restart the game in hard mode and pick whatever class you want to play as. And then from the options menu, you can drop the difficulty down again. Where is it? There's a, yeah, right here. You can drop the difficulty from hard mode to normal, back to normal mode, right? Or easy mode, either way. But you can do that without restarting. You can go from hard mode to normal without restarting, but if you go from normal to hard, you have to restart the game. So just something to keep in mind. But there's a trick that goes along with that too. You can get, for example, you can get 2 Ring of Perseverance if you do that. If you go to Bitter Black Isle, there's a bunch of stuff you have to do. You have to actually go through a whole rigmarole. You have to go through a few different areas to grab a certain key. Then you go back to another area, use that key, then go through a couple different areas to grab Moonbeam Gem, it's called, which is essentially another type of key that opens a specific door. So you grab that, and then you'll go back to another, one of the other areas that you visited, and use that Moonbeam Gem on a specific door, and you get this, the Ring of Perseverance. The Ring of Perseverance increases the discipline that you get every time you kill something. You can get only one of them in any given playthrough, unless I think you might be able to get it as a very rare random drop in Bitter Black Isle, but I'm not sure. But even then, you get one for sure in a very specific chest. It's always there, but it's the only one that you are guaranteed to get throughout the entire game. But if you do that trick where you start the game over twice, you can go grab it, start the game over in hard mode, go grab it again, and then you'll have 2. Just kind of a neat little trick. And it does stack. So it'll basically, I think it's double. I think each ring is a 50% increase, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's the case. And so if I'm right and that's true, you can double your discipline points if you equip both.
Endeavor to be ever calm in battle. Bide your time, then
It does mean you have to use a ring slot for each one, which some of the rings are very useful. You can increase your resistance to different status effects. You can increase your resistance to different elements with rings. The nails that I'm using increase your magic attack power or your physical attack power by 10 each, and those stack. So you'll be giving up that kind of thing, but you'll get a lot of extra discipline points. It's one of the easier ways to rank up your vocation without leveling too much in that specific vocation. So if you want to kind of min-max your stats, that's another way to do it.
You all right, Master? The road splits here. Let's be doubly sure of which will see us to our destination. Quite the view, eh?
Again, out of stamina. I'm just going to use some mushrooms. We're going to need them up here anyway. We got a quest to kill what? Bandits? Do we really have a quest to kill bandits right now? I love Bolide. Bolide is so useful. And Bolide is actually a very interesting spell, not just because of what I said earlier about how it works. Bolide is also interesting because Oh wait, did I just pass? Oh, fish. Okay,
interesting.
never mind. I thought I passed a
Many plants
wakestone
grow in
shard. I was gonna say,
trees or in
really?
dense woods.
How did I get a wakestone shard out here?
What's that?
Looks like a vendor got killed. That's not good. So Bolide is another interesting spell. Is an interesting spell for another reason. Bolide will be copied by a pawn that has it, or you can copy their spell. So if I started casting Bolide right now, maybe not now because there are no enemies present, but if I start casting Bolide and you see how my cast bar is almost done, a pawn that has it, sometimes they'll say, I'm mirroring your spell, and they'll start casting it as well, and their cast will start exactly where yours is right now. So if you're almost done casting, and they say, I'll mirror your spell, they'll start casting it and be almost done casting as well. They won't have to start casting from scratch. And it'll basically just double up the spell. So you'll get twice the number of meteors. And in that case, an enemy can be hit by more than 2 meteors, because it's 2 per cast, 2 per person. I wanted to try to get her to do it. She's not doing it. I don't know where she went. Oh, she's right there. Yeah, she just doesn't want to do it right now, but on my main character, it happens all the time. It happens quite a lot.
Slay them one by one.
Oh, yes, Clara, that's what you're talking about. The barrel exploit, yes. For some reason, when you said it earlier, when the barrel exploit was brought up earlier, I thought explosive barrels, and I couldn't remember a spot to use explosive barrels to, like, exploit something in the game. So I couldn't remember what you were talking about. But now that you say that, yes, there is a way that you can... See, PETA just did it right now. She just cast Bolide alongside me. And we didn't finish at the exact same time, but essentially, her cast ended just about when mine did. But the barrel exploit that you're talking about, I remember that now. It's where you use... There are some barrels that you can pick up. They're just like regular like wine barrels or something that you can pick up and put next to the door that you have to open with the Moonbeam Gem. And if you put it in a certain place, you can get your character to clip through the door. That, you can do it. And anybody who's interested in that, sure, by all means, look it up. If you don't care, about clipping through stuff, if you don't care about how that works, and cheesing the game that way, then... Oh, Wait, did I go the wrong way? No, I still have to go up this path, and then we'll make a left right here. Yeah, if you don't mind clipping through doors and walls, and like if that's not a thing that you're concerned about, then by all means, you can grab the Ring of Perseverance right away, and you don't have to go through any of that grabbing the key, and then coming back, and unlocking a door, and then going and grabbing the Moonbeam Gem. It's a bit of work, especially early in the game, to get that done. Can we get a Bolide off? Yes, nice. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I have nothing against doing it. I have nothing against anybody doing it, but if you've never played through the game before, I would recommend not. I'd recommend doing it the hard way, just so you can get that experience, so you can see the areas, so that you can learn a little bit more about Bitter Black Isle, and so you can get a feel as far as how the area works. You're going to need to get the first key. You're going to need to get that anyway, because you have to unlock that gate that key unlocks to get anywhere else in Bitter Black Isle.
The sea is closer than I'd imagined. The road splits here.
This is where we make our left, I believe. Yep, that it is.
Not sure of which will see us to our destination.
I did it and can't use a good bow that you got yet. Yeah, you can get some equipment as well there that way, because there's a bunch of moonbeam doors. I can't remember how many. I want to say there's like 7 or something moonbeam gem doors that you can open. So you gotta, if you're gonna do that and try to get the Ring of Perseverance, just make sure that you're opening the right door, the correct door.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
Bolide is... Oh, here you go. She's combining again. There. She finished just like a second after I did. So her cast didn't have to go through the entire cast, which is really handy. It means you can end up casting it faster. Same thing with her. If she started casting it, if I noticed that she started casting Bolide, I could start casting as well, and my cast bar would start where hers is. There's 4 doors you can use the exploit on, the barrel exploit. Cool. I know for sure 2 of them that you can use it on. I didn't realize there were 4. That's awesome. Yeah, that's really good to know. I did try it. I have tried it, and I think I got it to work once. I can't remember. This was a while ago. This was years ago.
I shall take on the storm.
More Bolide. Oh, didn't get the guys in the cave though. All right, let's try. Try Combustion.
Numbers, a weakling is a weakling still. Did it.
Got him.
Keep watch on your surroundings. They hold threats and treasures alike.
Well, I suppose that... Oh, I went to the wrong area. Okay. Can we get there from here? I don't know. Can we get to the Water God's altar from here, or do I have to come from the other direction? I'm not sure. If you give your pawns a pickaxe, they will mine for you occasionally. It's not as fast as you can mine. You can actually mine faster because you can start mining right away after you've hit it once. So you can gather faster, but it's still... I think it's still worth it, because occasionally they'll grab stuff for you. Let me try to get up here. So this is something that you can get up there a couple of different ways. Certain classes have a double jump, like the Strider or the Ranger. Certain classes have a double jump, which lets you get up there. The Sorcerer does not. We have a like a slow fall, but if you do it in the right area, this is an angled wall here. You can get him to go higher. You can get him to jump higher. Or float higher with his slow fall kind of thing. Wooden wall, yeah, we're not going to use it. The other way to get up here as a sorcerer is if you have the, I think it's the Glycel spell, or Glycel, however you pronounce it. It creates a frost pillar, and then half the pillar breaks off and leaves a little platform, and then you can climb on that platform and jump up there. So that's another way to get up there. Go down to the river. Gotcha. You're playing on the Switch, so the barrel exploit is easy to do? Okay. Fair enough. I actually would love to get this for the Switch. I don't have a lot of games on the Switch right now. I do have a Switch. I don't have a lot of games on it. I have Dragon Warrior, well, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, because I love those games. Growing up, those were awesome. I have Link. I have Legend of Zelda. I have... What else? Oh, we have to go over to the right side, don't we? Let's cross here. What else do I have? Oh, I have Mario versus Rabbids. The Mario plus Rabbids battle, or whatever it's called. I've got that one. I haven't played too much of that. I'm like, I don't know, maybe halfway through the game? A third of the way through the game? Something like that. Here we go. Here's the Water God's altar. What else? What else did I get for the Switch? Oh, I picked up,
Gave the water god's altar its name not long
there was a deal. I can't remember what they called it, but there was a bundle that came with Chrono Trigger and then 2 other games in the series, I think. If I remember correctly. Stupid bats. Bats are annoying. So I've got whatever that bundle was called, I've got that. Because Chrono Trigger, I love that game. That Chrono Trigger is an amazing game.
Did you say something, Arisen?
Posture check and hydrate. Thank you. Yes, actually, posture check is a really good idea, and hydrate is an even better idea.
No one knows for sure who built this place, or why.
Oh, okay. Posture check. Oh. Actually, let me see if I can crack my back. There we go. That was a decent one. And to hydrate. I get lost in... So those... I put those there. I made those available specifically because I tend to get lost in the games that I play. And I'll forget. I'll forget to have a drink. I'll forget to sit up. Check my posture. Ooh, snakes! What is this? Mithridate. There's a loot spot here. I got a skull from that. What's the map look like? Alright, we're going to check this left-hand area first. So let's go back down here. Is my lantern off because I am... Oh, I deposited the lantern. Oh, crap. I deposited my lantern and never took it back. I can't give it. She's using it, so I can't put it away. It won't let me put it away, and I can't give it to myself while she's using it. Crap. What do you have? Angel's Periapt? Yeah, I'll take that from you. I don't want her using that. I gotta pick up another lantern somewhere.
Be sure we carry an ample store of oil to keep the lantern burning.
I can't believe I forgot to grab it. Oh well. Alright, so we'll go down here and we'll check out this area. Waterfall Gentian Leaf.
I've learned of this area.
Interesting.
Saurian!
And she sees some Saurians down there. Okay. We're going down. We're going down. You guys be patient. We'll make our way down here somewhere. I wish I could just pick up this lantern. I mean, it's a little big. But I need a lantern. Rats. Hello, rats. Another little tip, trick, whatever you want to call it. If you want discipline points, but you don't want experience, or you want to minimize the experience but maximize your discipline points, then kill small stuff like rats. Rats will give you very little experience. They also give very little discipline, but if you look at it from a percentage standpoint, they give you more discipline per experience point than other enemies, than bigger enemies. Like bosses and like large enemies, Cyclops, Chimera, dragons. They'll give you a lot of experience, and they'll give you a lot of discipline points, but if you divide it out, the percentage per experience point, it's not worth it. Like if you're trying not to level up, you just want to rank up, you're better off killing small enemies. You're better off killing a whole bunch of small enemies and doing it that way.
I leave the weak foes to you.
Ah! I can't see. I'm gonna use the holy affinity so we can take care of these skeletons a little easier. No, he's right there. Hit him. There we go. Alright. Another skeleton. Get him. Perfect. Yay, I'm level 10. Nice. Very nice. I forget the layout of this place. I forget what's here and how it's all set up. So this is going to be an adventure. We came down, we made a left. Let's check out, looks like this is a dead end. Check out this spot. Gold! Some gold, eyedropper, clean cloth, bottle taste, harspud milk. A gather spot. And that's it. Yep, that's it. That's all I can see, anyway.
'Tis best to sever the tail.
They're fighting Saurians out here without me. We're gonna go down that way. Wait, can you open this? No, can't open that yet. Maybe we have to open it from the other side. So there's a little bridge we can lower. We have to... I think there's a lever here that we have to flip, but we have to find the lever first to put in that spot. Pretty sure it's down here somewhere. Hello, PETA. Thank you for your heal spell.
Anytime.
What's this? Grievous Horns. Okay, so I think that's what I have equipped right now. Let me check that out. Yes, we have that equipped. What is the base version? 179 magic. And we've upgraded it to level 3, so it's 229. So 179 for a sorcerer. I think it's better than what PETA's using. Yeah, just a little bit. But it's better than her common arc staff. So let's give this to PETA and have her equip it. So that'll boost her magic a little bit. And then we'll upgrade that when we get back to town to give her an even bigger boost. Bats.
Monsters arisen. Ready yourself.
Saurians. Alright, Saurians. Hello. Ah, got spit on. Let's try 11.
They take it out. Sever the tail to weaken. The tail is severed.
Cut off at least one of their tails. Let's try... Yep, there's another one. Nice. So if you cut off a Saurian's tail, something to keep in mind, you actually do more damage to them. With their tail still on, you do a lot less damage. Uh-oh, here comes some more.
Saurians, no way forward with all their corpses. Swift. Be wary.
We got one of their tails. Nice. And that's one of the things that your pawns can learn is what elements certain enemies are weak to. It's one of the experiences that your pawns can get when they, especially when they visit other realms. So if somebody else hires them, they learn about the enemy. The more enemies your friend, whoever hires your pawn, the more enemies they encounter, the more the pawn will learn. It's really cool. Corzard, you're heading out. Thanks for streaming. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated. And I hope you had fun, and I hope you have a good rest of your night. I'll see you soon. Alright, so these guys are a little slow at mining. You can see they don't mine right away. They take a little bit of a break in between each. But she got it. I want to give them eventually all of the stuff anyway, whatever I've mined up, because it'll reduce our weight capacity. So we might as well give them the materials. We'll hand them over to PETA, because she's got a really high weight limit. Be careful what you hand over, though, because whatever you hand over to them, if it has a use, if it's a consumable item, they might use it. So if you wanted to use it for crafting or something like that, just be careful what you give them. Like, for example, the skulls actually have a use. You can throw a skull at somebody, and it might inflict a curse. If you want skulls for a quest, if you want them for crafting, whatever. Rocks, same thing. They can throw a rock at somebody. They might use it if you hand it to them. Flask of water. If they have empty flasks on them, they might use them to gather some water or to gather oil or something like that. Clariv, I'm finally an assassin? Nice. Awesome. Congrats. Waterfall Gentian root. I don't know what that's used for, but we might as well pick it up. I'm sure we'll get a use out of it somewhere. Most of the items in this game, I'm not sure what they're used for. But, yeah. 10,000 gold! Nice. So these quests, or these chests, the ones that are fancy looking, will generally have important items or usually, like, equipment or, you know, they're better chests than your regular wooden one. That had the lever in it, so we have to go back and put that into its spot, and we can open that gate. Or, no, that lever drops a bridge, I believe. And you're level 11. Nice. Yeah, you level up pretty quick in the beginning. It tends to slow down. Like, now it's slowing down a bit for me. I'm, what, 36, I think? Oh, I didn't want to slide back down. I wanted to climb up faster. There. We put the lever in and bring down the bridge. Cool. I want to go down this side, though. What is down here? Oh, that's right. It's full of water. So eventually, at some point, I think we can lower the water level, and we'll be able to go down there. Right now, it's death. Saurians! Let's cast Levin. Yeah, cut his tail off. There is a caster on the other side there. I think these are undead mages or something. Oh, I can't hit him. Son of a... He's a little too far away. Alright. Come here. Stagger that guy. Knock him off. Yes! Nice! And he dropped off. Okay, so the problem, though, is when they jump off like that, they won't leave loot. You'll get the experience, but they don't drop any loot. Because it ends up in the water. Oh, well. So those two are dead. What else? You're right, you can lower the... Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm trying to remember this place. It's been so long. Also, I think there's a boss of sorts in here, if I remember right. So that should be interesting. Pick up some materials from these pouches here, these bags. And I want to get across to there, but I don't want to die. And we jump this way. Aha! Okay. Yep, some more loot. The boss is a Cyclops? Oh, okay. Alright, that shouldn't be too bad then. I couldn't remember what's in here. What are you? Altar Slate. I'm assuming that's a quest item. Or something we need to, you know, go further in here. We jump back. And what now? The From a Different Sky quest is actually down, it looks like. Unless it's up. Wait. How do you get... How do you change the area? There we go. Yeah, it's down. First level underground is where it is. So we have to lower the water level to get down there to pick up that the medallion. But as far as how to do that, I don't remember. Just do a little exploration. You guys can loot this. Come on, somebody go mine. Thank you. A brick? Nope, I don't want any bricks. Oh, oh. Oops. Yeah, don't hit the explodey barrels. Try not to hit the explodey barrels. Okay. Let's go this way.
Monsters arisen.
Uh-oh.
Ready yourself.
Sorry, Ian. Hello. You know what?
I grant you fire's place.
I just wanted to hit him with an explodey barrel. Just because. Wow, she cast Bolide in this small area. It really didn't do anything. Because we already killed him by the time it went off. That's one of the problems with Bolide, is the fact that it's such a long cast. It takes a while.
Did it.
Large rank fish. Anything else here I can pick up before I go into that room? Because I'm pretty sure that's where the boss is. I don't think so. Okay. Alright, let's see what we find. I mean, if this doesn't look like a boss room, I don't know what does. This is definitely a boss room. Gotta be in here somewhere. We'll worry about items after the boss fight. Uh-oh, there he is. His back is turned.
A Cyclops there.
And he decided to lay down? Okay. Nice. Alright, so we broke his tusk, and we made him drop his weapon. And the bolide. Oh, holy crap. The bolide's just destroying these pillars. That's fantastic. That was pretty cool. So yeah, he's down.
Treasure, perhaps?
That wasn't very difficult. Violet ring and red leather cap. I don't think I'm going to use either one. But yeah. Got a couple of loot spots here.
Be sure we carry an ample store of oil to keep the lantern burning.
It doesn't look like there's anything up here. So I think that was it. Okay, not a very difficult boss, at least not for us at this level. I'm thinking this was probably something that we should have done earlier than this. Perhaps. Blast arrow, okay. Got that from a treasure chest. Blast arrows are incredibly good for any class that uses a bow. Blast arrows are fantastic. I would definitely recommend stocking up on them as much as you can. It can get expensive because they are consumables.
What's inside?
But padded armor from that chest. But they are definitely worth using. And in fact, if I remember correctly, there is kind of an exploit that you can do with blast arrows, although it's an exploit that you can do with a couple of different things. We'll just set down the explodey barrel. I don't really need that. So there's an exploit you can do, at least one that I know of, off the top of my head, but I think it can be done in another place or two with other enemies. You can kill a very specific boss very, very easily with blast arrows. You can also do it with grenades that are called throw blast. There's two different types of grenades that work similarly. Dragon spit and throw blast. Dragon spit is the weaker version. Throw blast is the stronger. But you can do the same exploit with throw blast.
I'll take that.
Where you essentially lure this boss into a very specific position where he's kind of floating over an abyss, floating over a cliff edge, and anything that falls off that cliff edge dies. So if you lure the boss to a point where you're facing the cliff, he's above, he actually will float over the edge, and then you hit him with enough blast arrows, you can knock him down, and normally he would just fall to the ground and then be stunned for a little bit and take a moment to get back up. But if you knock him down over that cliff edge, you can kill him instantly. And this is a boss. The one boss that I'm thinking of you can do that with is a boss that takes quite a long time to kill. In fact, you're supposed to kill him over multiple encounters, and it's supposed to take you a while to get him down. Which direction do I want to go? This way. Oh, there's a little bit of a dead end here. All right, we'll check that out. We'll go here, check out this little area, then we'll go to the dead end, and then we'll come back around here. How many people are watching? According to Twitch, right? I usually don't keep too close a track, too close of an eye on it. But according to Twitch right now, I think there are 6 people watching. But you'll find that, oh, we can't go down there. I gotta lower the water level first. All right, how do we do that? You'll probably, anybody who watches these streams will probably notice I'll talk to nobody. I'll talk as if there were dozens of people in the stream. Doesn't matter to me. Because, not only because the videos are going to go up on YouTube, but also, so anybody can watch it at any time. But you can also watch the VOD on Twitch. And I like to talk to anybody who might watch. Not just the people that are currently here, but anybody who might watch. And then if somebody joins, you know, I don't always see if somebody comes in. Where in the world do we lower the water level? I don't remember. So we can't go underground yet. We have to figure out how to get that water level lowered. Is it something we can do right now? Maybe I can't do it yet. I don't know. I'll explore around a little bit more. Let's see what I can find. I just wish I had a lantern. The altar slate. So one of a number of pieces scattered about the sunken ruins. Writing on it must be deciphered. Maybe... Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe you have to find all the altar slates and then get them deciphered first. Honestly, I have no clue. This is what I was talking about. I love the fact that I don't know this. Because the fact that I can't remember how this is done. It's almost like a blind playthrough. In a way. So we went down into... Was it this cave? Yeah, we went down into there. Is there anywhere else we can go from this room? I don't think so. Ugh, I'm out of stamina. We are very heavy, so I'm gonna give all of this stuff to PETA. It helps a little bit. This shield is heavy. Let's give that to this PETA. to our pawn. And we'll give the red leather cap to our pawn as well. Padded armor. You can take that too. We got some new items here that we haven't seen yet. No big deal. Ooh, why do I have 60 skulls? Why in the world do I have 60 skulls on me? I don't want 60 skulls. That's a lot of weight. Blast arrow doesn't matter who we give it to because nobody can use it. So we'll give it to She-Beast. At least she'll stay in the lightweight category. Nobody has a bow. None of our pawns have a bow, so nobody can use that. So I'm not worried about it being used up or anything. We don't want to eat the rotten stuff, but you can eat rank stuff. So when things spoil, like fish, it'll go from a large fish to a large rank fish, and then to a large rotten fish. You can eat the fish themselves. The rank fish are better because they recover more stamina than the fresh version. But a rotten fish restores less stamina and inflicts poison, so I wouldn't bother. Just don't eat rotten stuff, don't eat moldy stuff. May seem pretty obvious, pretty self-explanatory, but yeah. Don't eat the rotten stuff. There's a lever somewhere. I just don't know where it is. To lower the water level. I wish I had my lantern. Where else can we go here? We can go left. And around this way, but that leads, all of that leads underground. We don't want to go there yet. And if I jump over there, are they going to fall? It is possible for your pawns to fall into, like, water or, you know, off a cliff or something. Oh, there's a treasure chest. All right, I'm going to jump over to that treasure chest. If they fall, they fall. We'll pick them up again later. You just have to rehire whoever it is. Whoever dies, you just have to rehire them. And the liver's not here. Where, oh where could it be? I think we've explored all of these. Yeah, we got the treasure in that one. What about this one? I'm going to jump over there. I'm going to see if I can jump over there. First, save it. Haven't saved in a while. I tend to do this with this game. I accidentally, you know, don't save. And it's been too long. There we go. We made it. All right. So we made it over to this side. I think... maybe this is it. It might be over here. We can jump across this. And is it in here somewhere? That's... it's the other side of that door. Oh. Oh, we can't open it from there either. Alright. Saurian! I wanted to cast on the Saurian, not the bat. Oh well. I think he died before I got a chance to cast on him. Blue long kilt. Some equipment. Can we go down here? There's a Saurian. Hello. Ah! Stop it. Stop it. I think he was hitting me with his tail. Come on. Hit his tail. Yeah, bull-eyed works as well. Alright, so we can go down this way. Nice. Get a little bit of a heal. And, alright. Ooh, undead. Hello.
Bones! Walking bones!
Put up some holy affinity.
This must be the work of the Dogma dragon. I should take on the storm.
With holy ignite! We must stay calm.
Oh, come on.
One at a time.
I charged up long enough. So each attack of the holy charge bolt should kill one of these guys. I know it's not the most exciting attack to do, but it's very effective against the undead. Nice. We got him.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
What's that?
I'll heal your wounds.
There's some more mining you guys can do there. I will leave the pawns to that for the moment, if they're gonna do it. I don't know. Oh, sounds like more undead. Yep.
They rampage indiscriminately.
Oh, somebody picked up some armor. PETA picked up some armor from that chest. Did you guys mine? No? Come on, somebody mine that. Fine, I'll do it. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it. And then I'll just give it to you anyway. We'll get some upgrade materials. And who do we give this to? She-Beast. You can carry this stuff. Iron Helm. Let's give that to our PETA. I know it's going to put you at average weight, but that's okay. I'm not a...
If you feel a foe,
I have to admit, I'm not a huge fan of equipment or weight limits. Here we go. I think this is the switch.
Will be easier going. Searching in this area now.
Yeah, I think this is the switch that lowers the water level. Boom. Perfect. Nice. Now we can go back and grab the From a Different Sky quest, as well as anything else that's underneath the water there. I think there's a bunch of undead. And another loot spot. Rotten pumpkin. I don't want a rotten pumpkin. I'll probably toss most of the rotten stuff, but we'll hold on to it for now. We're just a bit heavy, and so the heavier your character gets, the more weight you're holding, the slower you move, your stamina, it becomes a problem, all of that.
Will give us time to react.
Can't open this yet, huh? Nope. How do you open that door? There's no lever on this side that I can see. I don't remember how that door opens. Oh well. Alright, let's go down here. This was all underwater before. I don't think I want to go up yet.
Lightning courses
Whoa.
through them.
Let me use Holy Affinity. Because I think these ghosts, these phantasms, or whatever they're called, I think they are vulnerable to Holy.
Phantasms. Move on their own. I've learned new
Nice.
We have triumphed.
Works for me. Nothing here.
This looks interesting.
Okay, we got some loot from what we killed. I don't want any rotten fish. There are, so if something rots or goes moldy or something, there is a way to revive it. There's a way to bring it back and, you know, bring it back to its normal state. Base state.
What's this?
So if something you really want rots, don't worry about it too much. Oop, undead. Hello. They killed it.
I'll take that.
Very nice.
Light be your end.
Oop, another chest. Altar slate. That works.
What's this?
Yeah, what is that? Oh, she must have had a she must have had an empty flask on her. She beast, I think just filled up a flask of water. Don't need another skull. Cleansing earring. Don't know if I'm going to use that. That's essentially you can have earrings or rings in 2 spots. Nothing down here, is there? Oh wait, there is. Cyclops Strategy Volume 2. So those strategy books, or strategy scrolls, you can use them to give any of the pawns that you have with you experience or knowledge about that particular enemy. And they'll learn how to better fight that enemy, and they'll give advice during fights. Tiger bangles. Alright, so I did buy one earlier and didn't need to, but that's okay. Not a big deal. I'm not jumping down there because, or I'm not climbing the ladder because we've already been up there, I believe. What about... I don't want to go that way yet because the From a Different Sky quest is here. It's right here somewhere. Let's find it. Oh, is that it? I think it is. Haha, Badge of Vows 17. Nice. So what about Badge of Vows 18? Badge of Vows 18. Probably not here. No. That's somewhere else. 19's not here. 20, 21, 22. Nope. None of them are here. Okay, what else? Is there anything else we can do in this location? I don't think so. There is another quest here somewhere, but we don't have it yet. Okay. Well, let's finish off the area. Might as well, since we're here. There's a treasure chest. Grab whatever else I can while we're here, and then we'll go... maybe we'll go see where the next one is. Hello. One hit on undead. Love it. Altar slate. And now we're over-encumbered. Over-encumbered's not good. Let's get rid of these. That didn't really do anything. Yeah, the altar slates are heavy. Oh, they are very, very heavy. Give one to PETA. Wow, 9.5. They weigh 9.5 each. Ouch. I'm just going to discard this skull, because we don't need it. I think I'm just going to discard the rotten stuff because, again, I don't really need it. And pumpkins are heavy. Pumpkins are 1.68, so we discard that. That'll help a bit. Rotten twig bean we don't need. That's really light, though. Rotten berries, same thing. Large rotten fish. Get rid of that. The rank fish I might eat for stamina, but if we don't eat it soon, it's probably going to rot. What is left? So it looks like we've explored almost all of the underground except for this area up here. So we'll do that. That's probably it for this area. We'll have to come back here eventually anyway.
A Cyclops.
Hello.
There. We have triumphed.
I don't... Oh, he's done already.
This looks interesting.
He died. It is interesting. I didn't expect him to die that
If you
fast.
feel a foe is beyond our means, there is no shame in fleeing. Lucky is the pawn able to fight at the Arisen side. I am thankful.
More Grancis herbs and waterfall gentian roots.
Be sure we carry an
Don't know what they're
ample
used
store
for,
of
but
oil.
I'm sure we'll
You
need it
can
at some
handle
point. I'm pretty sure you can't jump in that water. You're going to die. So let's not do that. What else? Oh, we already finished this. We've been here before. Ooh, didn't go here, though. Altar slate, so that looks like it's the last one. Pretty sure. Yeah, we've been here. Okay, then. I think that's it. I think we've got all the slates. I think we've got all of the stuff that we can pick up from this area. And I think we just have to make our way out. I don't know how you open that door, but we've been on both sides of it. Let's go this way. So hopefully nobody has an accident. Where, oh where... I know this is super dark, and I hope it's not too dark for the stream, but, yeah, it's not much I can do about it right this second. How about all the way down there? Do not know. Get out of the way, girls. So we couldn't go down here before because it was blocked by water. But I'm pretty sure that we've already been here. Yeah. We picked up the treasure chest there. Did we go this way? Oh, yeah. We've been there. Yeah, that's it. I don't know. There's got to be something else because how do you open that door? But I don't know. I don't see anything, and I can't remember how to do it, so... we'll leave it at that, I suppose. And there's a fishing spot. One of you girls collect some fish. Please. Please and thank you. There's something on this ledge. Harsebud sauce. Can't carry anything more. So let's get rid of this. Still over encumbered, yeah. Yeah, because this thing weighs a ton. How about we give it to the other PETA? And we'll give one to She-Beast. As long as you guys don't die. Looks like that's it. Let's get out of here. Can we teleport from here? Eternal Fairy Stone, and let's go back to... let's go... I want to rest. Again, so let's go to Casardis. We'll go to Casardis first, we'll deposit a bunch of stuff, rest up, and then head back to Grand Soren. Just so we don't have to spend 500 gold resting. We can spend 50 instead.
This is a place quite restful to my kind.
Why are here, doubtless. But that, what can I do you for? As you will.
Alright, deposit a lot of stuff. Everything from Harspud Milk on, I believe. I'm just going to deposit all of this, because we don't really need any of it. I like to keep a couple of Panacea on us, because it cures any debilitation, so anything I don't have specifically for something should be cured by this. So, like, Placative Brew cures possession. I'll keep 1 or 2 on me. Liberating Brew is nice because Skill Stifling sucks. Skill Stifling prevents you from using any skills or spells or anything whatsoever. It's pretty bad. Mithridate, I usually only keep like 3. That cures poison. Interventive cures a bunch of stuff. I'll usually keep 2 or 3 on me. It's just all of this stuff has a weight to it. Eyedropper I don't bother keeping. Blind is bad, but I can deal with it. Liquid Vim I usually keep a couple on me, at least a few. Mushrooms, spring water, I'll keep a few. Secret softener, petrification is pretty bad, so I'll keep a couple on me. And then, yeah, that's it. Potent Green Warish is just for heals, so we'll use these. Case22, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Good to see you. And is this game as good as people say? Yes, I think so. It all depends on your playstyle. It all depends on what you enjoy. But for me, absolutely. For me, I love this game. There's so much to it. I usually only keep like 2 or 3 flasks of oil on me. I'll keep like 3 empty flasks. We can get rid of the Angel's Periapt. We can get rid of poison. I don't use it. Cyclops strategy, I'll deposit. Let's deposit the Badge of Vows. Altar Slate. I don't know where they're used. I don't know how you get them translated. So I'm going to put the Altar Slates in storage. And once I find out where to get them translated, we'll pick them back up again. They're just so heavy, I don't want to carry them around. Get rid of the Blank Scroll. Tiger Bangle. Blue Long Kilt. We'll probably put all the rest of these in storage. Yeah, this game is so fun, and you know, of course it depends on what you enjoy. You know, do you enjoy more action-oriented games? Do you enjoy more RPG? Do you like turn-based RPGs as opposed to action RPGs? If you like turn-based, you know, this isn't that. But, and I'm a huge fan of turn-based RPGs, so even I enjoy this. So it just depends. Depends on what you're into. Let's put away the Waterfall Gentian stuff. What else? Yeah, you're good. You can put away stuff that rots. And all of the tools. All of the materials. I do need to remember to pick up a lantern for me, and probably a pickaxe for PETA here. Cleansing Earring can go away. She-Beast, what do you have? Altar Slate, and a bunch of materials. No game is perfect, so you know, I will never say that a game is absolute perfection. Very few games even come close to that, but every game has its flaws, regardless. So this game does have a few, and it's older, so keep that in mind as well. The graphics are good. I still appreciate them, but they're, you know, nowhere near like the most recent games, Elden Ring or anything else that's, you know, really graphically intensive. Pickaxe. PETA, you can have a pickaxe. But the graphics never bother me. Let's do a little bit of sorting here. I've never been concerned really with graphics. As long as the game plays well, that's all I care about. We're 3 war bugles away from finishing the quest for the 50. And I think we need 20 Seeker's tokens, so I need 12 more of those. We can finish that quest. Let's sort the weapons. So we only have a few staves. I'd like to get more. Favored Flower's pretty decent for a mage, but that's it. You can't use it for a sorcerer. There are specific staves. There are specific staves that you can use for sorcerers, and then ones that you can use for mage, mystic knight, and magic archer. They can all use the same type of staff. How's the pacing? I think the pacing's good. I think it depends on what you do. Again, it's one of those things where, you know, you could spend hours upon hours doing side quests and not going through the main storyline. So it all depends on what you choose to do, but if you follow the main storyline, you can get through it pretty quickly. If you go off and do a whole bunch of side quests, you can spend hundreds of hours. So it all depends on your choice. Like Witcher 3 has cool combat and a beautiful world, but it's really slow with a lot of dialogue. So there is some dialogue. Actually, I wanted to organize this way. There we go. There is dialogue in this game, but it's not, from what I've seen, it's probably a little better than The Witcher 3, a little faster than The Witcher 3. But I haven't played a lot of The Witcher 3, so that's an uninformed, you know, just from what I've noticed in YouTube videos or whatever. That kind of thing. That's kind of an uninformed opinion. I don't know if I want to withdraw too much of anything else. I might give PETA something to cure poison, like chaff stem here, or not chaff stem. Sorry. What am I thinking of? Mithridate. I might give her a few Mithridate, just so that they have something on them to cure poison, because poison gets annoying. But we do have a healer who can help with that as well, so I'm not too worried. Other than that, I picked up my lantern. I gave PETA a pickaxe. Yeah, I think that's it.
As you will. What can I do? Take care now.
I think that's all I'm going to do for now. You've seen most people playing mages. Have you tried other classes? So yes, I think a lot of people play mages because, or mage-type characters. There's a specific class called a mage, but there's another one, a spellcaster called a sorcerer. I think probably most people play sorcerers more so than mages. But mages are the healer class with a little bit of damage. Sorcerers are focused all about damage. The reason why a lot of people play those classes is because the spells are pretty fun. They're flashy. They're fairly powerful. And sorcerers and mages have some of the best abilities, in my opinion, in the game. But I have played other things. I've played archers, mostly. So like a strider, a ranger, or a magic archer. Those are the three shooty classes. I have not yet played a warrior, which is essentially a two-handed weapon wielder. I haven't really played that. I've played it enough to rank it up to max rank on my main character, but I haven't actually really played through the game with it. So I don't have a lot of experience in that, and I don't have a lot of experience as a fighter, which is the sword and shield character, the tank. But the rest of them, I've played a fair amount of. What are we going to do now? Well, quest-wise, I think I want to do From a Different Sky 18, because we have to go up this way anyway, if I remember where this is. I think this is up here. Yeah, it is. I want to go up this way anyway, because at some point... Aha! We have to get over here. There, I'm going to mark that. We have to make it over to this area, which if you... Actually, let me wipe this away real quick. So if you notice, there's like a drawing, a figure right here. It's supposed to be an Arisen, because this mark in the center is like the scar around the Arisen's heart. So it's supposed to depict an Arisen with a spear and a shield. And it's one of those hill carvings, or hill images. So it's basically a bunch of stones and like stone dirt pathway type stuff that's in the shape of an Arisen on the side of a hill. It's really huge. There's a person that we need to meet who's nearby, right near there. Case, you're thinking of Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield is very, very nice. It's actually the first character class that you get experience with. It's the first vocation that you get to play around with. Because there's a little like prologue to the story when you first start playing the game, and the character that you play in the prologue is not you. It's not the character that you create. You play somebody else, but that person is a fighter. So you get to play around with Sword and Shield to start with. And it's interesting. It is a good class. You're not going to do a ton of damage with it, but you can do respectable damage. You're more supposed to be meant to tank, get the attention of all your foes. You have like you actually have a taunt. You're the only class, the only vocation in the game that has a taunt. The taunt enemies. It's kind of neat. It's a good class. Are there a lot of combos, or do you unlock special moves? Yes, there are a lot of special moves that you can unlock. There aren't a lot of combo moves necessarily, but there are some things you could consider a combo, kind of. Certain abilities have multiple phases to the ability, and as you rank it up, it actually gets more powerful. There's usually like 2 or 3 versions of any different skill in the game. And the first version is just the most basic, but the second one usually adds more attacks to the skill or more damage or something. It changes it in some way. And then there's, in the DLC, in Bitter Black Isle, you can get rings that will, they will specifically increase 1 ability or 2 abilities. And it can get that ability to a 3rd rank. But that's the only way to do that, is to find that and they're random. Those rings are random. But that's the only way to do that, is to get a ring that increases your ability to the 3rd rank, which makes it even more powerful. Doesn't usually add much in the way of like extra combo hits or anything like that, but it increases the power of it for sure. I haven't used those too much though, so I'm not an expert on this game. Don't take that, too much to heart. We're gonna head up this way. Is there a parry? There isn't exactly a parry. Not like for example Dark Souls, but there's blocks, and you can block and like stagger somebody. But yeah, not so much a parry, really. It would be interesting if there were, but it doesn't quite work that way. I'm not sure how that would fit into the game. Let's go to Grand Sword, and we're just going to take the back entrance out of Grand Sword, the back exit. And we'll head up north. While we're here, I'm going to pick up the next From a Different Sky quest, because you can only carry 6 at one time. I'll pick up the next one, since we just finished one. Yeah, if you ever see that board down there blank, that means that you have 6 quests on you, or you're finished with all of them. And there are 100. 100 From a Different Sky quests. which you don't have to do them all. It's not a thing that's necessary for the game. It's kind of just an off thing. It's a side quest thing that just like a collectible kind of thing. The nice part is though, and I've said this before, but I'll mention it again. It's interesting that all of the stuff that you pick up, almost everything. There are very few quest-specific items that don't work this way, but almost everything that you pick up in the game, you can carry with you into New Game Plus. So all of the weapons and equipment go with you, all of your consumables go with you, and some quest items go with you. In fact, most quest items, really, go with you into New Game Plus. There are just some very specific, very important things that don't. Usually they're tied to the main storyline, the ones that don't go with you. But you can carry a lot of the quest items with you into New Game Plus, and what that means is once you have that quest, once you pick up that quest, go to your storage, pick up the item that's required to finish the quest, and you're done. You don't have to go back out and find it again. So all of these From a Different Sky quests that we pick up these tokens, they all stay in your inventory. So when we get them in New Game Plus, all I have to do is pick it out of the pick it up out of my storage, and we're finished with every single one of those. They will all complete. As soon as it's in your inventory, it completes that quest. So you don't have to go out and find it again. I think you can. I'm pretty sure you can if you want to, but you don't have to. It's kind of a neat little quirk. Definitely considering getting it. It's on sale for $9. Nice. I would say it's worth it. Absolutely. With as much time as I've spent playing, and the fact that this game captures my attention over... I've played this, and I haven't really played Witcher 3 yet. I'm not saying that this is better than Witcher 3. That's not what I mean. I just mean that it's captured my attention so much that there are other games that are still sitting in my backlog because I want to continue playing this. So any game that can do that to me, I consider an accomplishment. I consider it a good game. If it makes me want to keep coming back to play it when I still have so much left to start. So many other games left to start. Yeah. And it's one of my go-tos. I come back to it every once in a while. Where are we? So we're going to go up here and pick up this one, but I want to hit the healing spring, and then I think we're going to do this first. We'll go get the token here first, and then we'll head up to this way. We'll head up to the North Face Forest. So let's hit the healing spring, and then we'll head over this way, and then we'll backtrack. Healing spring is just about north of us. More Jasper Blossom. Oh, there's another one down here. I think the healing spring's up this way. Actually, let me mark it on the map. There. Now I can see which direction it is on my mini-map as well. Boars. So boars are worth killing in my opinion because they do drop some stuff that's useful, but also because they give a high percentage of discipline points.
This looks interesting.
Compared to experience. So if you're looking to get discipline points and not necessarily level your character, but level your profession instead, you're trying to concentrate on that, then you want to look for boars, snakes, spiders, bats, all of the little stuff. Deer. There's a deer over here. A few of them. You're going to look for these guys because they're going to give you a high percentage of discipline points over experience. And let's heal up in the spring. So a healing spring can heal you up past your... so kind of like Bloodborne. Or... Trying to think of what other games might do something similar, but when you lose health, there's a certain portion of that health that remains gray, and that can be recovered by spells. And then a certain portion of that health bar that's transparent. It becomes transparent. And that cannot be recovered by spells. It can only be recovered by items. By healing items. Or if you jump into a healing spring. You can also, if you have, at a healing spring, if you have any empty flasks on you, you can gather healing spring water, which is a consumable healing item, right there. This restores health to the entire group, so that's why these are nice. They're a little heavy, so I don't carry too many of them around, but I do like to spread out a few, have our pawns carry a few. But yeah, you can grab spring water that way. Let's go, I'm going to take that mark off the map, and then we'll go up to the quest. Cyclops. So you'll get random quests for enemies that you meet out in the world, like a Cyclops, or a Chimera, or something like that. Or a dragon. Drink. And you'll get a quest to beat it, but if you run too far away from the combat, you can actually run away from the combat. If you do, you fail that quest. Don't worry about it. It might seem bad to get a failed quest, but it's not. As soon as you come back into his area, you'll get the quest again. So you don't lose the quest permanently. In fact, I want to see... Yeah, there it is. Nope, that's not it. That's the From a Different Sky quest. Does it even show up in here? I don't know. I honestly have no idea. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. So I don't think the quest even shows up in your log. It's just a... It's like an open world mini quest thing. I honestly don't know why they chose to do it that way. But hey, I'm really not gonna complain about some extra experience. Extra experience, extra gold.
This looks interesting.
Oh, this is one of my complaints about the game, but it's such a minor thing. Right, such a minor little complaint. But I do have a complaint. The bodies of enemies, especially big ones, well, basically only the big ones really are a problem. They have a collision hitbox until they start to go away after a certain amount of time. So he'll die, and then he'll still have a hitbox where you can't run into him, you can't go through him, until he starts to rot away enough. What that does, the unfortunate problem that causes, when he drops his loot, sometimes it'll be under, depending on the enemy, sometimes it'll end up under the enemy and you can't get to it until he starts to rot away. It's a minor little complaint. It's just annoying. It just means you have to stick around for a few moments. It's especially a problem with larger enemies like a dragon. But it's such a small little gripe that it doesn't... I really don't care. It's not going to keep me from playing. It doesn't affect my playthrough at all, really. There are a couple of spots where it can be even more annoying, because if you're trying to farm a specific enemy and you can't loot him right away, either you give up on the loot and farm him faster, or you wait for the loot and it just slows down your farm. Either way, it's a choice. Dragon Spit. Dragon Spit is a very, very good grenade, but I'll show you how Dragon Spit works in a second.
This leads down into the
So there's a dungeon here that we can get into. And I think that's where the... I'm pretty sure that's where this quest is. So we might have to go in there. Throw blast. So Dragon Spit is the less powerful version of the grenade. Throw blast is the more powerful. But I'll show you how that works in a second. As soon as we find our next enemy. Or the next enemy this would be good for. Don't really want to throw it at a flying enemy. So, and I think there are a couple of flying enemies nearby. Let's go in to the dungeon. Yeah, that's where this is. Yep. The Vagabond. We got an achievement. Vagabond. I don't know what the achievement's for, but... Oops, somebody just picked up an empty flask.
This looks interesting.
Flask of water. No, stop! I don't want you picking up water. If any of the pawns have an empty flask on them, give it to me now. No? Okay. Just me. Alright. She used hers. So one of the pawns did pick up an empty flask, but she grabbed water with it, and I did not want her to do that. There we go, we got some light. One little tip, just now that I think about it, there are no mimics in the base game. But there is a thing kind of like a mimic in Bitter Black Isle.
The crypt was fashioned ages ago, before the faith came to.
So you don't really have to worry too much about looting in the main game. But when you get to Bitter Black Isle, yeah, definitely watch out for it, because there are some mimic-like creatures that can cause you one heck of a lot of trouble. Rats. Get rid of the rats. And what does the map look like? So, we haven't passed anything yet. Oh, wait, there's a little spot down here. Let me go back and check that real quick. Oh, that was just where the treasure chest was. Gotcha. Okay.
Long ago, when the
Can't get through here because if you notice, if you look really close, you can see that there's like a there's a wooden beam locking the door from that side, and that wooden beam has to be destroyed. You can actually hit it, but we can't hit it from here. You can only hit it from the other side. You have to break it, and then you can open the door. I don't think there's a way to break it from this side. The only thing I haven't tried is an explosive, so let's actually try that. This is how you use the grenades. I was going to show it on an enemy, but we'll start showing it here. I'll probably use the throw blast on an enemy later. But you go into your inventory and you click hold. You have to select hold. Now what that does, you put away your main weapon and you grab the grenade. Now your abilities change to put away, throw, or throw. You can only throw this. You can't actually use any spells. You can't use any abilities while you're holding a grenade. But as soon as you throw it, there you go. Then it switches back to your main weapon. But you can only do one at a time. So that's how grenades work in this game. You hold one, you throw it at an enemy, then you have to go back into your inventory. If you want to throw more than one, you have to go back into your inventory and hold the next one.
Of undead creatures.
And then if you put one in your hand and you don't want to throw it, you just hit right trigger and put it away.
We cannot pass through.
Like this path is blocked, so let's go left.
I suspect it's why they returned their dead to the soil, to the Earth God.
If you listen to the pawns, they start talking about the area. They'll talk about story. The pawns will talk about what you can do in the area. They'll talk about things that they've noticed. And then when you get in combat, they'll talk about the enemy. Sometimes they'll give you tips on like how to beat a certain enemy, or, you know, it's weak to fire, or whatever, right? They'll start talking about how the enemy works. Nothing in there. There are traps on some of these things. Like, if you open some of these, they'll spew out poison. I don't know if it's here or a different tomb. Oh, undead. You can get undead in some of them. Peta's vocation rank increased. Nice. So I think now we can give Peta the greatly increased magic. Augment. We can light this brazier here. And that'll help with some of the undead. It'll help with just light in the area in general. Be observant in this game too, because there are things that you may not notice, like ledges that you can climb to, or things that are up higher that you can get to. So don't always look down like this. Look up a bit from time to time, like here, for example. How are we gonna get up there? Let's try this. There we go. Ferric Talon. Okay. And then there's a loot spot here. And that's it. Alright, what is the Ferric Talon? Let's take a look at that. I think it's a staff. I'm not sure who can equip it. Oh, it's not a staff. It's a hammer. So I think this is a two-handed weapon. Yep, for the warrior class. Only a warrior can use this. Pretty heavy. But this is a two-handed hammer. Warriors usually have really good strength. They do really good damage, and they do pretty decent knockdown, like stagger and knockdown. But their abilities is something I'll caution with. If you try to play a warrior, their abilities are slow. They hit really hard. They just are slow to use.
What is that?
So if you're trying to fight faster moving enemies, you're going to have a little bit of a rough time. Uskedaddle, how you doing, Uskedaddle? Any chance we could get a new strim title? A new strim title? What do you mean? What kind of strim title are you looking for? Every day is a new day. It's good to have. It's a good day to have a good day. Yes, that is true. That is true. Ooh, nice. So we killed enough undead, I think, to finish off a quest. So that'll work.
Strength in numbers, Arisen. Did it.
All right. What else is in this area? Tuft of hair. Interesting. Oh, yep, there's poison. So we got, or a curse or something. It's not poison, it's a curse, I think. Yeah, so I got cursed, but I think my my healer there, Peta, cast a spell that removed the curse for us. We're good to go. Just gotta be careful. You open it up and then run away, and then come back and check it. You can click it, walk away, and oh, there's undead. What about you? Yep, that was a curse. Oh, I was still too close. Still got cursed. Fine. I'll deal with it.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
I think there's an undead on the other side of that wall. Yep, that's a loot spot. So we'll grab whatever's here. Skulls, not very useful. Foreign knife, really not useful. Although I think there's a quest for it. Plus, you can give it to somebody. You can give the foreign knife to someone as a gift, and they, it's one of their favored items. I can't remember who. What else? Anything else here? Undead. Hello.
Repulsive. Strength in numbers, Arisen.
And there's a lever. Okay. Hit the lever. that opens the door. I think that's right next to us. I think we're actually standing at that door.
Seems a likely spot for some grand contraption.
Monk's Periapt. That is a consumable buff. The different Periapts and stuff. Yeah, I think we just killed this undead from behind the wall. Our charged, focused holy bolt.
There, Master. The undead.
I think damaged her from the other side of that wall.
You triumphed.
We need sacred light. I enchant our weapons.
Anything else in here? No.
The smell of death hangs heavy.
No loot spots. Putrid gold tooth. We took off that guy. Nice.
Undead sleep beneath the earth.
Ooh, so you can see this. You can see a little bit of smoke coming off of this coffin here.
Tis weak to fire.
That means that there's probably a curse in it. I believe that signifies the curse. So I'm gonna open it anyway, and then I'm gonna back off and see if we can get far enough away to not get cursed.
There, Master. The undead. Burn them to
But
ash.
we'll see.
Strengthen
No, I don't want fire. I just enchanted my weapon with holy. I didn't want fire. This is actually a thing that can happen if you have another pawn that has a weapon enchant that they can cast on you. Depending on the timing, they can overwrite your enchantment. They won't cast it on you if you have an enchanted weapon already. If you enchanted your weapon already. But if they start their cast while your weapon is unenchanted, even if you finish your enchantment first, they'll still cast it on you. It's annoying. Run away!
Mind you all.
Alright, so I didn't get cursed, but She-Beast did. So you can get far enough away.
Lest we brought cures for various
Light this
ailments.
brazier.
There, Master. The undead.
Grab these two.
Burn them to ash. Purge them with holy magic.
Alright, more undead.
Don't allow them to swarm.
So this is one thing you can do as a... like a fighter, for example. You can run up and grab an enemy and grapple them. I forget what the ability's called. It might be called grapple. But you can grapple an enemy and it makes them... weak. It essentially makes them more vulnerable to attacks. So every other person, your character or another pawn or whatever, they will all do extra damage to that enemy. As long as it's being grappled.
Adjust it.
Can we get through here? Yes. What is this? Large coin pouch. 3,500 gold. I'll take it. Empty flask. Interventive. Oh, an explodey undead. No, no, no. He's just gonna blow up. Yeah. Rotten ambrosial meat. Ooh, okay. Ambrosial meat is... I think it's used for a quest. I can't remember what else it's used for, but we've got rotten ambrosial meat. That's not useful for the quest. In fact, it's not useful at all for anything. But we can revive it. We can bring it back to its natural state with a certain very specific item. So this lever here, I think, is for the elevator. This is an elevator.
It leads down below.
We'll break that bar that I was talking about earlier. So that's a shortcut back to the beginning. Right here. Shortcut back to the beginning so we can get out. We're going to go down. Yeah, it's down. We're going to go down. Let's open this up, though. Oh, no. That doesn't open yet. Well, we have to go down for the quest. If I'm not mistaken. How... Wait, how do you activate the elevator? I can't remember. It's been so long. There you go. So you have to hit the... You have to hit the lever. And then it triggers the cutscene to get on the elevator. I'm so used to playing, stuff like Elden Ring, So the controls they take getting used to when I come back to this game. But also things like that, like the elevator. You know, this doesn't bring the elevator to you. This actually causes you to get on it. So it doesn't bring the elevator back down. Spiders. For anybody who's an arachnophobe, I apologize. There are spiders in this game. You will see them occasionally. They're big, but they're not, like, monstrously big. They're not, like, comically big.
What's this?
They're still far bigger than you're going to find in real life.
The smell of death hangs heavy and crumbles here and there with age. What's more, 'tis a loss.
And yeah, we can't get over that, so that rubble's not scalable. Or spiders.
One lantern off dooms its bearer to follow. Carry ample oil.
This is a loot location. What do you have here? I think we're getting a little heavy, so I might want to switch some of the stuff that we're carrying over to somebody else. Rotten ambrosial meat. Found some more.
To judge from the beasts that dwell here, the place holds a dark power.
Undead. She's going to take just a few moments to get out of that coffin, so... It's not too much of a danger right away. And now she's dead.
We have triumphed.
Can we open this gate? Nope.
It's locked.
If ever it was the seat of a god, time has surely passed.
More undead. And some phantasms? I think that's what those floating balls of light are. Phantasms or ghosts of some sort. The difficulty with those ghosts is that you can hit them, and then you can hit them once generally, and then they vanish, and then you have to wait for them to reappear to hit them again.
They fear the flames. Breathe your weapons in them.
Oh, come on. Can we kill this guy before he explodes? Probably not. Nope. Oh, well. Open up a few more of these. This one has a curse in it. I don't think any of the cursed ones have items in them. So they might not be worth opening at all anyway. I'm going to open it just to see. Let's try to get everybody over here. Alright, stay away. Nope, nope. Come here. Everybody come here.
I'll go at once.
You can give some commands to your pawns.
What's that?
But you can give some commands to your party, like come or go
Here I go.
or help.
I'll have a look around.
That's really all you can say. Come, go, or help. Don't climb on it. Fine. You get cursed.
I have been badly cursed.
Fine. PETA will fix you, PETA. Come on, finish your cast. There you go. So she's got this PETA here is my healer. She's our mage, and she's got a heal spell as well as a spell to remove debuffs. Essentially, it doesn't remove every debuff, but it does remove quite a few. Undead.
There, Master. The undead.
Josh.
It hates light.
How you doing, Josh? Back again. Have you played
They hate fire. They'll know this.
played Homeworld? Oh, I'm looking at that 3D and I got distracted. Sorry. Have I played Homeworld? Did I? I don't know. I know what game you're talking about. I don't know if I've played it. I can't remember. If I did, it was a while ago. I feel like I did.
Torn from a diary, Master.
The words.
We got the second diary of... I think it's Reynald's father. Let me take a look at this real quick. Sorry you left for all. Don't be sorry. No worries at all. Where is that diary? It's under other? No. Special? No. Did somebody pick it up that wasn't me? Yes. This PETA picked it up. Okay. An excerpt torn from a traveler's daybook. It documents the unearthing of treasure in unnamed ruins. So, word of the beast led me to this cave. A week's searching has seen ancient treasure unearthed, but what use have I for baubles? 'Tis only vengeance for my daughter I seek. I'm pretty sure this is the journal of Reynaud, the merchant, the traveling merchant, the one who goes from town to town. He'll show up in different towns at some point. I'm pretty sure this is the journal of his father. And once you find all of the journal entries, I can't remember how many there are, but once you find all of them, you can present them to him. And he will really appreciate it, first and foremost. But I think, be careful when you do that, though, because if you get to that point where you found them all, once you present them to him, I think he leaves your game. I think. I'm pretty sure he goes on, like, he embarks on his own quest to find his father or find his father's remains or something. I don't know. I don't remember offhand. But I think so. I think he leaves your game. So just be careful with that. Make sure you have everything you want from him before you do it. Can't type? Sorry, no worries. No worries at all. I mean, I got what you meant, but for whatever reason, I got stuck on that 3D. And it made me think of another thing. It reminded me of something. And so I couldn't get it out of my head. But then I was like, Homeworld. Oh yeah, Homeworld. I remember Homeworld. I don't know why these doors have levers. I mean, it's just on this side of the door. You can't get to the other side without going this way anyway. So why is there a lever? Why not just be able to open it? I don't know. A little weird. I guess for ambiance. Ambiance? However you say that. More undead. I'm going to light the brazier here. Now, I think, don't quote me on this one, but I think the brazier, when you light it, it prevents undead from respawning in this area.
We have triumphed.
Otherwise, they just continuously spawn. But, like I said, don't quote me on that one. I might be wrong. You guys are going to get cursed. Ooh, good. They stayed away. They were far enough away to not get cursed. Same thing with this one. I'm pretty sure there isn't anything in those. So,
All right, Master.
yeah, I don't think those are worth opening. I haven't seen anything in any of those yet. So if you notice one is cursed, it's probably not worth opening it. Is this a loot spot? It is.
If you feel a foe is beyond our means, there is no shame in fleeing.
What else? Oh, there's one here.
Here, Arisen. There's another way. I'll take
Purifying
that.
brew. At least they give you a decent amount of ways to remove curse. Scalding razors. So scalding razors are actually really good. They're really good weapons for anybody who can wield a dagger, which really, I think, is just a strider. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Hold on. I think we can find out. No, actually. That's not true. A lot of people can use it. More than I thought. So rangers can use... I think rangers can use swords and daggers. Assassins might be able to use both as well. I think the strider can only use daggers. I don't think you can use swords with a strider. Excuse me. But yeah, any of the archer classes. Strider, assassin, magic archer, and ranger. Those are the 4 archery classes. These are really good, though, because they are permanently enchanted with fire. And a lot of things in this game are weak to fire. So at this point in the game, that is a pretty good weapon find. What else? How does this map look? So we can go left or we can go right from here. I'm gonna go left because it's a smaller area. It might be a side area. Let's go this way first. I want to enchant my weapon too before we get too much further.
I'll take that. Treasure, master.
I don't know if I want to drop down. Okay, it leads to the same area then. Apparently there's a little offshoot here though.
Treasure, perhaps?
Oh, blocked by these bars. Okay, we have to get back there. There is another way back there. And we will eventually. I didn't see what she picked up. Pito, what did you get? What did you grab? Equipment? Ooh, set of salvation robes. This, I think, comes in handy later for a quest. I think you have to disguise yourself, because this is the salvation... The cult of salvation is a thing in this game, and it's... We'll come across it later, and we'll get a little bit more of an explanation. But essentially, they kind of want the world destroyed in a way. I don't remember their philosophy exactly, but they're bad guys basically. But I think you have to disguise yourself as one of them later, so that'll come in handy. Undead. So the undead that rise up that have like a red glow when they rise up, I think those are summoned by a necromancer of some kind.
We have triumphed.
Dalmatica. That might be a good robe.
Where could this hole lead?
I don't remember the stats on it, but that might be a worthwhile robe to put on. Go to equipment, and yeah, so this has better stats than what we're wearing right now, the Robe of Enlightenment. It just doesn't have the same resists. The Robe of Enlightenment is a DLC item. So when you buy the game, if you buy... I don't think you can even buy the game without the DLC anymore. So it's just Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen. Dark Arisen was the DLC. When you buy the game, you get certain items, certain equipment pieces. And they automatically start out in your storage, and you can go equip them pretty much right away. The Robe of Enlightenment is one of those. Any of those pieces that you get, you'll notice they'll stand out a little bit because they have a little like turquoise glow around the piece. In your inventory, not in the game world. But in your inventory, they'll have this little glow around them. Those are DLC equipment pieces. And you get them to start off. They're meant to make it so that the beginning of the game is a little easier. Because without them, the beginning of the game can be really challenging. The armor that you start off with does very, very little to protect you. Everything is quite difficult. So if you want to make stuff a little easier, equip those pieces. Plus, there's one of those pieces that sells for a ton of money, so you can get a really, really good jump start on gold if you just sell off that piece. It's the monocle, I believe. I think that's the one that sells for the most. But this one, this Dalmatica here, is actually a pretty decent piece. It just doesn't have the same resist. The same debilitation resistances. This is the only reason why I'm thinking about not equipping it. But it's got higher defense. I don't know. I think we'll stick with this for now, and I'll mess around with it later. Maybe we'll upgrade a bit and see where it puts us. Oh, this is the way back. So I don't really want to go this way. I just want to take a look. There are no treasure chests nearby. A couple of loot spots, but no real treasure. Fair enough. Now what? This way. Aha.
Shall we? We can always turn back if it proves dangerous.
I think we shall. Let's climb down. So it looks like they found a couple of loot spots.
A walking dead there.
Large coin pouch in a chest. Some undead.
Tis weak tonight. Strength in numbers.
Is she gonna buff me with holy? Yep.
Holy magic.
She just buffed me with holy. Alright. That works. I don't know which way I want to go. This way is where that quest that we're doing is, but I think this way is a dead end. It leads to that graded off area, the barred off area. So we're going to go that way first. Go back around here. Ooh, my lantern is out. Where is my lantern? Should be under tools, right? Hold on. I have a lantern, don't I? Oh. It's just higher up in my inventory. Okay. Tools. Lantern. We need to add oil. And use it. There. There is another lantern that you can get. I think it's called an elite lantern, something like that. But it shines brighter, illuminates more area. Nice. Got him. The shield guys are a pain. They actually do block quite a bit. There's quite a few mining areas here. We'll probably mine all of that stuff. And then I need to give them some stuff because we are overburdened. I can tell by the way my guy's walking that he's pretty heavy. Violet ring. I don't know what that does, but I don't think we're going to use it. Check that in a moment. Hardbone.
Combat needn't be
From one of the undead.
if the party
Okay. Let's give you some stuff. Materials. We'll give this to lowercase PETA. That reduces our weight by a fair bit. Let's give the Scalding Razors to uppercase PETA. We'll give the Solar Armor to uppercase PETA. That's pretty heavy. Dalmatica, same thing. The Violet Ring offers protection against Thundershock. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the ambrosial meat does weigh quite a bit, but I don't think I'm going to give that to anybody. I don't want to take the chance at them using it. I'll give the skulls away, though. And the rock. I'm probably better off just destroying it, but no big deal. Foreign knife, poison flask. I can give those away. Don't care. Yeah, that's it.
adjust it.
They probably won't use rotten stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot there's another mining spot back here. They probably wouldn't use rotten stuff from their inventory unless maybe if it was the last thing in their inventory, the last restorative item of some kind, because it inflicts poison. So I think generally the pawns stay away from that. It should be safe to give it to them,
Uneven terrain in here.
but I'm not
Likely use those to hide.
positive. Ooh, there it is. There's our talisman. Badge of Vows 18. Here we go.
Fireworks well.
Fireworks well on what? What are we fighting now?
Holy light inside this. They hate fire.
Sight of women.
Why did you enchant my weapon with
Light works
fire?
well.
Was there undead that popped up behind us? I just didn't see it. Ooh, troll. Not good. Come on, you guys get in here. I don't want to fight the troll in that area because that the ledge there, you can fall off that ledge real easy and not be recoverable. Trolls have a weird AI thing. First and foremost, I love that drop kick that he does. But secondly, trolls have this weird thing with their AI. They actually go after female characters more than male. So if you have any female characters in your party, the trolls will generally go after them first. They'll aggro on them first. It's interesting, it's weird, I don't know why. I don't know. Just kind of a quirk of their AI. I think it's intentional. I don't think it's like a glitch or a mistake or anything. Pretty sure it was meant to be that way. Alright, this little side area doesn't have a lot in it, but a couple of mining spots, a couple of little pieces of loot to pick up. You girls do that one, I'll do this one. And she beast will help. Onward. What time? Ooh, it's almost 10:30. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna have to wrap this up pretty soon. I need to figure out what to do for dinner, too. I'm actually not sure what I want to do for dinner. But we'll explore just a little bit more in here. Maybe I can finish this area. As much as possible, anyway. Because there's more to do here later in the game, I think. If I remember correctly, you have to come back here for at least one quest. We didn't need that skull. Dragon Spit, I'll take that, though. Let's put Holy back on my weapon. We are highly likely to run into more undead here. Yeah, we can loot these bags. Probably nothing great in them, but you never know. I mean, it's pretty random what you get. Gold is always helpful. Empty flasks are, I mean, I can buy a ton later. I'm not worried about empty flasks.
Treasure, perhaps?
Most of the rest of this isn't useful. Oh, I didn't want to do that, son of a...
I'll take that.
So these... No! Don't loot that! These jars that you see scattered around every once in a while, so there are two of them that are special. One is, it's got like almost a rusted look or a pink-ish look, kind of. The other one's almost white-ish or gray. The pink-ish one has oil in it, The gray-ish one has water. And if you go up to them and you have an empty flask in your inventory, you can pick up oil or water, respectively, from them. The next quest that we have marked from a different Sky 23 is down here as well. Really? What about 19? No, 19's not here. 20, 21, 22 is not here. 23 is actually down here, huh? Can we get it now? I don't know. Oh, I'm going to say no, probably. It's probably behind that grate. Yeah, it's right on the other side of this, so we have to actually go around. I don't know if we can get there yet. I think we have to wait until the quest before we can get there. Get up there. Bricks. I don't need bricks. Oh, here we go. We can get there. Badge of Vows 23. So I didn't want to do them out of order. I honestly did not want to do these quests out of order, but oh well. We're here. Might as well. What is this way? Okay, this is just a balcony. We can drop down into that area. I mean, we might be able to drop down. I don't want to. I'm pretty sure there's a quest for that area that we need to do at some point. I don't want to do it now. We'll come back. So let's go back up the stairs, and I'll go the other direction. There was a way that yeah, down here. We'll go this way and check it out. Not a lot to see. Open this up. What does this do? Oh, this leads out. Okay, this is an exit. Well, that's good. There's really nothing else to explore in here anyway yet. So once we get the quest that requires us to come down here, we'll do more. But we've pretty much explored almost the entire place anyway. So where does this let us out? I can't remember.
This seems to lead on.
Oh, right near Grand Soren. Very cool. So that's the back entrance to that. So we went from here. This is where we entered the catacombs to over here. Very cool. All right, so let's go back to Casardis. Let's go back to Casardis, put some stuff away, we'll rest, and then we'll travel back to Grand Soren, and I think our Forgery is done. I'm pretty sure our Forgery is going to be done. So we'll pick up the Forgery, and then we have to decide, are we going to give the researcher who's looking for Salamet's tome, are we going to give him, or Salamet's grimoire, do we give him the real one, or do we give him the forged one?
The life of a salesman surely has its own trials.
How's the day, fun? Way I heard, doubtless. But what can I do?
Essentially, Salamet's Grimoire is the spell book of a really powerful mage. Or sorcerer. I don't know what he's considered. Mage or sorcerer in this game. But either way, he's a really powerful caster. And let's get rid of one of the interventives. I think the rest of this is okay to keep on. We don't need that many flasks of oil. I'm going to keep only 3. Get rid of most of this stuff. I don't need empty flasks. I don't need that many. I'm going to keep 3. Oh, I'm going to keep 3, not get rid of 3. Get rid of all the materials. Get rid of the badge. Badge of Vows. What else? Ferric Talon can go. Tiger Bangles. And the rings. So the silver ring really doesn't do anything. It doesn't have any effects other than 2 defense and 2 magic defense, which is really bad. It's more... It's really to sell, honestly. Just sell it to a vendor. But before you sell anything to a vendor, you might want to take a look at... there's an augment called Suave? I can't remember what the augment is, but there's an augment that you can equip. It's a skill that I forget where it comes from. I want to say it comes from one of the, like the assassin or the strider or something. But when you unlock that, you can then equip it on your character, on your pawn, and then you can search for 2 pawns to hire that have that skill. And if you find them, then if all of your characters have it, you get a really big boost, a decent sized boost to selling items to a vendor. So when you sell those items to a vendor, there's a base price, and then for every augment, for every one of those augments that you have equipped in your party, you get a little bit more. So have it on everybody in your party, you get the maximum amount for selling it. Varric Bream, how you doing? How you doing, Varric Bream? It's good to see you. Definitely appreciate that. Yeah, Suasion, that's what it's called. Thank you. I completely forgot the name of it. Suasion, and it's a sorcerer augment. Okay. All right, perfect. That is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Yeah, so you want to hire enough characters, and the pawns that you hire don't have to be sorcerers themselves, because pawns can learn other... You know, you can, as you level up your pawn, you can have them learn other abilities. So any pawn can have that ability if their owner ranked them up high enough to get it. And then you can hire those pawns just for, like, to sell a whole bunch of items to a vendor, and then dismiss those pawns and then hire combat pawns if you want to do it that way. There are, on my other character, on my main character, I do have a few pawns that I've put in my favorites list specifically for that, specifically because they have Suasion. So let's deposit all the rest of this stuff. Get the materials out of everybody's inventory. We'll clear up all of this. Weapons, equipment. She found a pair of pants. Journal entry. Ooh, all the materials. We'll get rid of all those. Yeah, thanks for the help, Varric. I appreciate it. While I'm doing this, so welcome to the stream, and while I'm doing this, I want to remind everybody, if you have not yet followed the channel, please do. Kapow and I will love you very much for that. Greatly appreciated. But we're also on YouTube. So all of these videos go up on YouTube. They'll be there generally within 2 days. Usually within 2 days. Just depends on how YouTube processes the video. Sometimes they take a little longer to process. But thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. To be fair, though, gold becomes a non-issue once you hit Bitterback Isle. It does. It really does. Gold is something that you can easily get once you start in Bitterback Isle. But it just depends on how you want to play the game. If you want... Yeah, we'll leave that.
As you will.
with everybody else. If you want to play the game in such a way
You seem tired, cousin.
that
So be it.
you go through the base game first and then hit the DLC when you get towards the end of the base game, you can do that. And if you do, you're going to make it harder for yourself. But the way I look at it is it's almost like playing the game as it was when it first came out, and then saving the DLC for later, because the DLC wasn't released, you know, immediately when the game came out. So if you kind of want to play it that way, it's a more difficult experience. But I think for your first playthrough, it's probably the better way to play. But to each their own, you know. There are some people who get into it and they know about the DLC and they want all of the high value, high level gear and armor, and they want all of that stuff right away. And going in there to grab it right away, it's possible. You could certainly do that. And it will make your game easier. So if that's fun for you, by all means. I'm certainly not going to discourage it. I just, you know, everybody feels a little differently about it. I feel like you probably should go through the main game first, just to have that experience the first time you play, you know? And don't touch Bitter Black Isle until later in the game. You don't have to wait till right at the end of the game, but later.
Some weapons can be further enhanced with it.
I fear you seem to have your pick. Any you like.
Learn or set skills. So we should be able to afford the augment that I was looking for here. Acuity. Yeah, there it is. Suasion. So that's the one I was talking about. I forgot that it was a sorcerer ability. So much appreciated. But yeah, Suasion. It enables you to negotiate higher prices for items and equipment that you sell. It only works for selling stuff. It does not work for buying. So anything that you buy from a vendor is not going to be affected by this. But anything that you sell to any vendor will be affected. And the more you have, the better your prices you're going to get. The more of these that you have equipped. You can only obviously have one equipped per person, per character. But if all of your pawns and you have this, you'll get the best prices. So we're going to buy Acuity here. Greatly augments your magic. And what else? Metal. Metal is okay. It's just, it's not something I'm going to bother with, really. Emphasis. I honestly don't know what spells this affects. It augments the power of magic attacks designed to knock down your foes. I don't know which magic effects or which magic spells are specifically, quote, designed to knock down foes. So I'm not sure. I know there are some that have that effect. I just don't know. There is nothing in the game that specifically tells you that's what this does, right? So it's okay. I mean, it's useful, especially if you know what spells it affects. But I'm not going to use that yet. We're not going to use it right now. I want to pick up high exequy. We only have 9,000 discipline points. You know what? I'm going to save it, because we're not going to play around with that yet. I'm going to save the rest of my discipline points. Oh, I need to set that skill. We need to set the augment, so I'm going to change out endurance, because the rest of these are somewhat useful. Yeah, I'm going to swap out endurance. I could, for acuity, I could swap out Suasion, because it's only effective when you're selling stuff, so like when I'm in combat, this does nothing. We could swap this out, and then anytime I come back to sell items, re-equip it first, and then go sell. So we could do that. I mean, it's not a bad idea. Now that we have more abilities anyway. The only reason why I had this equipped in the first place all the time was because I didn't have any more augments to equip. But now that we've got a couple extra. Let's put endurance back. I'm not going to sell anything yet, anyway. Bitter Black Isle is easy dragon forging in the second room, so I always stop there after every few gear upgrades. That's fair. Bitter Black Isle, there are a couple of spots One spot in particular that I know of that makes really, really easy dragon forging. That's one of the things that I was farming on my main character, was trying to get a bunch of different gear dragon forged.
Aye, the inn offers a...
And there's an undead dragon that you can summon, essentially.
What will it be today?
The other thing I wanted to do here that I forgot before I left was see what I can learn on PETA here. Articulacy, yeah, she needs that. And we can't get acuity. So she definitely is going to save up her discipline for acuity next. But I wanted articulacy because she'll be able to cast faster. So she'll ultimately do more damage. Either one is good. I just want her casting faster. Less chance to get interrupted, that kind of thing. So let's put that in somewhere here. I don't know if emphasis is worth it for her. I'm going to swap out emphasis for... which one was it again? Hold on. Articulacy, that's what it was. We're going to swap that out, and then... I might leave Suasion on her just because I'll forget to go back and re-equip her with it anytime I go back to sell. So I'll probably just leave that on her for now. We could put emphasis back on. We could put intervention or equanimity. They're all somewhat useful. But I'll just leave her like that. Yeah, I think she's set up the way I want her for now.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again soon.
Okay. Good to go. Let's upgrade. Upgrade some of our weapons and stuff. Weapons, equipment. Enhance. Doesn't look like I can enhance much on my main character, but what can we do on you? Grievous Horns. Yeah, I've got enough rugged bones and it's not that expensive. Let's put our Grievous Horns up to rank 3. That'll give her the most attack power she can get right now. Perfect. Yeah, that's the one you were talking about, Varric? The second room with the rancid bait? Yes. So, you can get... there is a dragon that shows up there occasionally by default, but I don't remember if that's... And for anybody who hasn't played this game yet, I don't remember if they're not going to know what I'm talking about. But I don't remember if that's pre-Daemon or post-Daemon. And forgive me if I'm mispronouncing his name. But I think that's how it's pronounced. There is a dragon that can show up there without using rancid bait, who is, in my opinion, who is more difficult than the undead dragon. But once you have that area cleared a little bit, you can then summon, and this works either pre or post Daemon, doesn't matter. You can summon an undead dragon using a specific lure. It's called rancid bait. You put it down and the dragon shows up immediately. If it doesn't show up immediately, there's a door that you can go through right away and then just come back, and it reloads the area, and the dragon should show up. But when you put down the bait, you can actually fight that dragon twice. At least twice. I think I got it to work 3 times in a row. Once. But you're guaranteed to be able to fight him at least twice. So you put it down, you fight him, you beat him. You can loot, and then walk out that door, walk back, so the area reloads, and another dragon should show up right away. But it all depends on how long you take to beat the dragon as well. I'm pretty sure 2 are guaranteed, but don't quote me on that, because if you take too long on the first one, you might not be able to get the second one. The rancid bait actually disappears after a little while, so that's why. Post-Daemon, you don't have to clear the... Pre-Daemon, you don't have to clear the room? Okay. Because there's probably not much there. It's been a long time, but I can't remember. There's probably not much there other than maybe some wolves or something. Or is it completely empty, pre-Daemon? I don't even remember if there are enemies in there. Even post-Daemon, there isn't that much in the area. Also a vendor to sell and buy from First BB. Yeah, fair enough. That's true. All right, so it is getting close to 11 o'clock. I actually need to finish before 11 on the weekdays. Well, Monday through, or Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I should say. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I need to finish before 11. Friday is an earlier day. I actually have to finish before 8. Yeah, before 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. So we're going to wrap this up. I'm going to save it right here, just to make sure I don't forget. And we'll come back into this on... I'll probably get back into this on Sunday. Sunday is... Well, it's hard to talk about the days and times, because Saturday night to Sunday morning is a stream for me. I usually start around 4 a.m., 3 or 4 a.m. Sunday morning. So technically it's Sunday morning. But I still consider it Saturday night because I haven't slept yet. So, yeah, Saturday night, Sunday morning. So Sunday morning, 4 a.m. Is going to be Elden Ring. And then Sunday night, Monday morning. So Monday morning at 4 a.m., 3 or 4 a.m. is going to be probably more Dragon's Dogma. But every Wednesday right now is Dragon's Dogma. That's my Wednesday game. Tuesday is XCOM. Thursday and Friday are XCOM. So XCOM Long War. So come back for that. So we'll be back tomorrow with XCOM Long War, continuing our campaign. We're towards the end of the game, so that's towards the end of the campaign, so that's exciting. Thank you so much for the follow, Shotgun Lover. It's good to see you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It means a ton. Kapow thanks you. Welcome to the stream. So we're gonna stop it here, and I will put this up on YouTube. This VOD will be up on YouTube within a couple of days. Everything else there that we've done, every other stream is there. There's like a couple hundred videos up now. I haven't been streaming too long, but I think it's been since what, September? Late September is when I started, something like that. But everything I've done since then is up on YouTube. So if you want to check it out, there you go. You can subscribe on YouTube as well. Other than that, I will see you in the next video. Thank you so much for being here, and have a great night. Take care.